Brilliant. Okay, so we're going to get started, guys. From what I can see, everybody can hear and see okay. Brilliant. Okay, so as I mentioned, look, it's the Six Figure Deal Source of Life training session. I recognize some of the names and already that are in the room. So I know some of you have already joined some of my master classes or trainings or challenges before. So you'll probably have kind of an idea of what I'm going to go over today. But it'll be great to actually know how many of you are joining one of my sessions for the first time. Just let me know in the chat. Just give me a yes if this is the first time you're joining. See if we've got any newbies in the room. Simo, brilliant. Welcome, Simo. I hope you find it valuable today. Rod, okay, amazing. Irene, brilliant. Okay, so we've got a few people in here that are new. Anybody else? Naomi, hi, Naomi. Just let me know if you can hear me okay and see the screen okay in the chat, Naomi. That would be really useful. Brilliant. Okay, so some of you are fairly new, and as I said, I recognize some of the names from previous trainings. So some of you have actually been on with me before. What I'm going to do is just give me 1 second. Let me just get myself off the screen and go straight over to the shared screen. So what we're going to discuss today, guys, is the six-figure deal sourcer strategy. This is a strategy I've been teaching since 2021. So we're what 4 years in now. We're almost at 200 case studies in terms of people working with us, joining the program, and starting to sell deals using the steps that we teach. So I really, really hope what I'm going to show you guys today you're going to find valuable, but more importantly, actionable. I want you to kind of leave the call knowing pretty much what you should do step by step, right? So let's get straight into it. Let me just make sure the screen is showing up okay. So again, because I know there's a few of you who are joining this training for the first time, you've never actually jumped on a training session with me before, it would be great to get an idea of your experience. Are you a complete newbie, and get an idea of what the obstacles are that you're facing at the moment. So just let me know in the chat, guys. What's your experience? Are you brand new, or are you already up and running? Are you already selling deals? What's your biggest obstacle at the moment? Give me an idea of whether it's just getting started in the first place, compliance, building your investor list, getting deals. I hear all different types of reasons why people are struggling and different obstacles. So let me know what one of your biggest obstacles are, and also what your monthly income goal is. That's a big one for me. I like to give people a realistic goal to work towards, but it's always a good idea to hear what you guys are thinking, and then I can kind of walk you through whether or not that's possible. So just let me know in the chat. Let's see, who have we got? So Irene said complete newbie. Okay, brilliant. Getting started and getting deals. Okay, so that's your obstacles, getting started and getting the deals. All right. Question for you, Irene. How many investors do you have currently, and the areas that you're covering? What areas are you covering, and how many investors do you have at the moment? Simo said building an investor list and monthly 5K. Okay. So I'm going to go through some steps today with you, Simo, that you'll know exactly how to build your list once you get off this call. And also 5K per month is very, very realistic. So essentially, I'm going to go into detail about this in a second, but we're selling each of our deals for 3K. We focus mainly on rent-to-rent deals. They're like the quickest deals to sell. So if you're aiming for 5K per month, essentially you sell 2 deals a month, which is really easy to do, and you've surpassed that. You'd actually be walking away with 6K because we're getting 3K each. So yeah, very, very realistic, super realistic. Jenny said getting deals is the obstacle. Okay, all right, Jenny, I would ask you as well, how many investors do you have, qualified investors do you have at the moment, and also what areas are you covering? Caleb said, I say building the investor list and getting deals. Okay. Rod said new to investing, getting investors and finding the deals. I'm assuming that's the obstacles that you're facing at the moment. So everyone's got quite similar obstacles that they're facing. I don't know if you guys are noticing a pattern. It seems that everybody's struggling with getting the investors or getting the deals or both, right? Which is very, very normal. I get contacted by deal sources every single day, probably hundreds per month. And that is pretty much what I hear from everyone when they're starting out. Those are the things that they're struggling with. Naomi said complete newbie. Okay, you're in the right place, Naomi. Hamza said, "How can I create a proper NDA?" Okay, we're gonna get to that in a while, Hamza. Firstly, just let me know what's your experience, what type of obstacles are you facing, and if you're okay with it, let me know what monthly goal you're reaching for. That would be really helpful. But don't worry, we're gonna cover everything on this call. I'm gonna be talking about the NDAs and everything else that you're gonna need to get a deal from A to Z. So don't you worry. Caleb said also talking on the phone and knowing what to say. Yeah, that's another big one. That's actually a very big one that I see a lot of people struggle with. What I find actually is that people are quite scared. I don't know if I want to use the word scared, but just as we're having the conversation, right? I find that a lot of people kind of shy away from the phone, speaking on the phone. I don't know if it's a confidence thing or, like you said, Caleb, just not knowing what to say. But either way, the phone seems to be a big thing that a lot of people have issues with. And it's funny because I talk a lot about how powerful the phone is. You know, if you're going to get into the deal sourcing business, you need to be willing to jump on that phone and have conversations. And I'm not expecting you to sit on the phone all day like a call center, but you need to be able to take calls, make calls, speak with people. You know, you can do it kind of in your own time, but just the point is you need to be able to do it. And I know a lot of people struggle with just getting on the phone, you know, whether it's speaking to investors, agents, landlords. A lot of people seem to struggle with that. So I'll cover some of, you know, the things that I would imagine would help. That's more of kind of a mindset conversation, I would imagine, but I'll cover some of that today. But I'm definitely going to give you the steps and what you should be doing. So that should help. Irene said one investor. Okay, that's not bad. At least you started. And so you've got one investor and you're not sure what area to start in. You live in North London. Okay, so I don't want to go too deep into the actual strategy and like steps right now, but straight away I can already see where you might be falling short, right? And I'm gonna kind of expand on this in a little while. But whilst we're here, I'll just touch on it. And this will help the other guys that are on the call as well. So everybody else that's listening in, if you're giving me, you know, your biggest obstacle as finding deals, for example, I think that was one of Irene's and a few of the other guys as well. You noticed I asked about the investors and the area straight away. And that's because your response to that will give me an idea of where you're at with your foundations, which is something I'm going to cover on this call. You guys need to get your foundations right. So straight away, I can see Irene yourself, you haven't got your area foundation pinned down, right? You're not sure what areas you're going to operate in just yet, which I'm going to help you figure out on this call. But also, you've only got one investor. And for your deal sourcing business, your investor list is the backbone. It's the lifeline, it's the pulse. Literally, you need to have a solid investor list to be able to sell deals consistently. The way you're going to see it, well, again, if you guys have been following me for a while, you would have seen I post a lot about the guys that are working with me, the results they've been getting since 2021. The way that they're getting those results and selling those deals so quickly and so consistently is by having a really good investor list, and just not even so much just the list, it's the relationships with the investors on the list, right? Which is something I'm really big on: rapport, relationships, breaking the ice, breaking barriers, and getting people's guards down so you can actually start to work with them. And it's a lot easier to do it that way. So straight away, Irene, I can see you need more investors. I would say once you've decided which area you're going to cover, which again, I know I'm kind of rushing ahead, but when we get to that, I'll cover it in more detail. But once you've decided, you need to be aiming for really 10 investors in an area before you start looking for deals, right? So the obstacle you said you was facing is the deals, but really that's not the obstacle, because you haven't got the other moving parts sorted yet that are actually going to make the deals part a lot easier, right? So so it's a good start to have one investor. But what I'm going to show you on the call today is how to really have some structure and find a ton more investors, be crystal clear on your areas, and also have a network that will send you deals and you know, show you how to approach landlords directly and everything else you need. But for now, one of the main things that you would need to focus on is getting that investor list right. But we'll go into more detail about that. I hope that makes sense, Irene. Let me know in the chat. Simo said Nottinghamshire. Okay, Nottinghamshire is a good area. I know I've got a lot of guys that are doing really well in Nottingham. So yeah, I can't say that you picked the wrong area at all. In terms of investors, how are you getting on? Tell me. Let me know in the chat. Hamza said how to complete a deal fast. I'm a newbie. I want to start making 5K per month. Okay, let me know, Hamza. You still haven't let me know. How many investors do you have on your list right now? How many qualified investors? Which areas are you covering? These are, I know, sometimes it sounds like these questions are irrelevant, but I promise you, these are really important questions. The answers to these questions are really important, right? So that's why I'm asking. So just let me know, and then I can give you some guidance, hopefully. Juliet, hey Juliet. Me and Juliet have been speaking on school in the DMs. I've been speaking to quite a few of you in the DMs, but I just recognize Juliet, especially because we've got the same surname. So hi Juliet. And you said I'm a complete newbie. Okay, you're in the right place. You're going to learn a lot today. You're going to leave here with a ton of value. Don't you worry. Bill said, I'm trying to restart this business and I'm totally focused on finding buyers, investors. Focus is London, Manchester, Birmingham. 3 hot areas, Bill. 3 really good areas. We sell a lot of deals in London, Manchester, and Birmingham. I would honestly say to you, if those are the 3 areas you've gone with first, forget Bristol. Don't make your life any harder. I'm going to explain why as we work our way through the call. But you don't really, especially when you're starting on your own, and if you're just restarting and kind of getting things back up and running again, the last thing you want to do is pile the areas on. So now you've got more work to do, and more people to try and manage. Stick with 3 areas maximum, and you should be fine. And then actually, you should probably really start with each area one by one. All right. So focus on London first, for example. Get the list to where it needs to be, and then kind of move through the rest of the foundations. But we'll go into it in more detail in a second. But yeah, you've picked some good areas. Good to see that you're back on it, and hopefully what I show you on the call today will help you really accelerate. Okay. Simo said no investors need to know how to find them. Okay, I'm going to cover all of that for you today. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Hamza said I have about 15 investors and I'm covering Manchester. Okay. And Birmingham. Good. Again, good areas. You can't really go wrong. These are, when you say you have 15 investors, are these 15 qualified investors? So these are people that you've had a phone call with, you've gone through a series of questions with, you've actually made sure that they're serious. They're not tire kickers. They've got some experience. I mean, I say got some experience. To be honest, we've sold some deals to some really new investors that did things really well, nice and smooth, no problem. So I don't want to necessarily say it has to be a seasoned investor, but I'm just trying to get an idea of what you've managed to get from that phone call. Okay, you haven't had a call with them, so again, similar to what I was saying to Irene, I can already see where you may be falling short. Phone calls are super important, guys. Super important. You're going to hear me talk about that a lot on this call. You have to get comfortable with having phone calls, right? And don't overthink it. I think another reason why a lot of people shy away from the phone is because they feel like the people on the other end are going to be, a monster, bite your head off, be rude, or, just a very difficult call. But I, I can tell you from first-hand experience of speaking with thousands of people, taking thousands of phone calls in my career, that most of them are polite and responsive. You're going to get the odd one here and there that might be, a little bit difficult, but that's quite rare, to be honest with you, especially if you're approaching things a certain way, with the way I'm going to show you. So most people that you speak with on the phone, the majority, 9 out of 10, are going to be polite. Whether they work with you or not, they're still going to be polite and responsive. So you don't have to worry about getting on the phone, guys. But yeah, 100%, you definitely need to get on a call with all of them, Hamza, qualify them, and essentially start that relationship. Whereas at the moment, if your only communication with them has been back and forth in writing, you haven't had the chance to really break the ice and build rapport and start that relationship. It's so difficult to do it in writing. It has to be done either in the phone or in a video call, or of course in person if you can. I don't suggest you doing it in person. You don't need to. That's very time consuming. But if you can get them on a call, that is enough. That's enough for them to really make the decision on whether or not they want to work with you, and actually also get a true feel for your character, whether you seem legitimate to them, again, give them peace of mind that you're a real person and not trying to scam them, as we know. everybody on the internet is really cautious because there's scams left, right, and center. So a way to overcome that is to actually have some human interaction with them. Yeah. Obviously, I'm going to go over that in probably a bit more detail as we work our way through, but just keep that in mind, Hamza. That will make a huge difference for the list. But if you've got 15 people who have, you're already having positive conversations with, I know you haven't had calls with them yet, but you can very quickly convert those people into a call, get them on a call very quickly and change things. Okay. Okay. I hope that helps, Hamza. So I think for now, that's what your focus should be. Get your list right, build those relationships with those guys, have a phone call or two with them, and then you can move on to getting the deals and presenting the deals and getting them sold. But we'll go through all of that as we work our way through. Rajesh, hi Rajesh. Thank you for joining. So Rajesh said, I have the opposite effect. The people I speak to are tire kickers and time wasters, Gary. Okay. Question, Rajesh, how many people have you spoken to? If you was to say to me, Gary, I've reached out to however many potential, when you're saying people, by the way, we're talking about investors, right? Potential investors. How many potential investors have you reached out to and spoken with? That will give me a better idea of why you're getting that effect. I personally, again, I'm going to go into my story in a little while, but I started in 2011. I've been teaching since 2021. And honestly, I've not really experienced that at all. Like I just said, I would say, like I said, look, 9 out of 10 people are going to be super polite. My guys are experiencing the same thing, and I've worked with hundreds of people now. So there has to be a reason. Okay, so I've reached out to approximately 25. Okay, so I can tell you, Rajesh, that is not enough. That's not enough people at all. At all, at all. But again, I don't want to rush ahead. I'm going to kind of go through each of these steps with you in more detail so you'll understand how you're going to reach more people and how you should approach those conversations. Hopefully that will help you a little bit more. But yeah, it's a numbers game. As well as it being a relationship game, it's definitely a numbers game as well. So to increase the chances of you securing the serious investors that are out there, and there's a lot of them out there, you need to speak to more people. 25, of course, is a good number to start with, but I would prefer if you was messaging 25 per day. Being realistic, right? But we'll go into that in more detail. Caleb said, "What do I ask on the phone call to the investors?" Right. So I actually do have a qualifying checklist that I'm going to give you guys. Yeah, I'll give you the questions that you should ask. There's to be honest, look, these are the questions that I ask. Um, there's probably things that you could chuck in there if you want to give yourself peace of mind. You have to remember, right? As well as, of course, making sure that you're not dealing with time wasters. It's also just giving yourself peace of mind that you even want to work with this type of person or this person. So the questions that you're going to ask is going to paint that picture for you. And what I mean by that is, as an example, you get on a call with one of these people and you're having a conversation and you're asking certain questions and they're being difficult, which again is quite rare. It doesn't really happen. If someone's happy to jump on a call because they know why they're jumping on a call, usually they're going to give you what you're asking for. But of course, every now and then you might get someone who's being a little bit difficult. That person I would probably not add to my list, because if you're being very difficult now at the start, what are you going to be like when it's time for me to present deals to you and us to do a deal and communicate, etc., etc.? So again, this is why it's so important to qualify the investors and do it on the phone if you can, because you're going to get a true appreciation for the type of person they are, which obviously you can't do in a written message. Yeah. But to answer your question, Caleb, at the end of the call, I will be sending everybody that's on the live call. We've got almost 20 people on at the moment. More people probably join. Everybody will get the breakdown, the checklist of the questions that you can ask. All I need you guys to do, just so I know who was actually on the call, because there's quite a few of you on the call now, is to just send me a message on school. So you can either do it now, guys, whilst we're here, whilst we're on the topic, or you can wait till the end and just shoot me a DM on school, just saying I was on the live, and then I will send you over the qualifying checklist. Okay, that will help you. That will give you a little bit of an edge when you get on the call. Look, I'm not huge on scripts because I think they come across very salesy. So I like to give people points. So these are the points you should touch on whilst you're on the call, but also navigate that call as yourself. I don't want to literally give you every word to say on that call because anybody who's serious, any investor who knows what they're talking about is probably going to suss you out straight away. Whereas if you come on a call and you be yourself, you be vulnerable, you be open, honest, transparent, but at the same time, you've got a clear set of questions that you're asking them, which will show them, you're being professional and you're trying to make sure that you've got the right information before you go out and start finding deals. That's going to be more than enough. Yeah. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not missing any more questions. And obviously, we need to keep moving. But guys, by the way, please feel free, just fire away in the chat questions, anything that I'm going over as I work my way through the presentation. If it's going a little bit too fast, feel free to tell me to slow down. If you miss something, just let me know. I want to make sure that everybody is up to speed. I don't want to leave anyone behind, right? Okay, so Bill says, my prospect buyer list is about 20 in one day on Facebook group scraping. Okay, brilliant. So let me know, Bill, is this, again, similar to what I asked Hamza? Are these people you've had a phone call with, you've qualified with a set of questions, you've got all of their information, they are now an actual client? Because I don't class anybody as a client until they've been qualified on a call. We have all of the information that we need. We have a set of information that we need from every client before we can, or every person, I suppose, until we can class them as a client. So as long as you've got all of that, that's a client. If it's not, then it's still a lead, essentially, right? But that's, by the way, that's good. If you got all of that in one day, it just shows you, right? You probably, I recognize your name as well, Bill. I know you've been on some of my trainings before and we've spoken before. This is something I talk about a lot. The list, the investors, the Facebook groups. Clearly, you've taken that on board. So as you can see, 20 in one day, that's crazy, So that's really good. You said no calls yet. This is just data collection. Okay, no, good. Don't worry. What I'm going to show you on the call, you'll be clear on kind of what you need to discuss with them on the call. And then, like I said, if you just shoot me a message after, I'll send you the qualifying questions and you'll know what to discuss. But that's really good, Bill. Okay. Have I missed any other questions? Let me just make sure. Denise. Hi, Denise. Denise said, good evening, Mr. Walker. Hiya. I started deal sourcing 6 weeks ago. I have 6 investors. Okay, good. I send ads all over the UK. Okay, when you say ads, are you talking about paid ads or just give me a bit more information on that, Denise, when you say ads? I send ads all over the UK. I have 4 motivated sellers who are desperate to sell their properties in Durham, Wallsend. I'm getting used to speaking on the phone. Okay, so a few things. So I can see straight away you are talking about selling properties. So the actual sale of a house or a flat, or I would imagine this is a house, right? Which isn't really what we're doing, right? We're doing deal sourcing, which is the same as what you're doing, but we're focusing on a specific type of deal. It's called rent to rent. I don't know if you're familiar with it. Let me know in the chat if you are. But we're focusing on it's a creative property investment strategy, right? I say that meaning there's no purchase of the property involved, there's no mortgage applications, there's no surveys, there's no valuations, there's no local authority searches, there's no conveyancing. When I say conveyancing, I mean like the legals back and forth between solicitors. Those things are why those traditional sales take a lot longer, usually months, right? 3, 6, 12 months. Whereas the rent to rent deals that we're focusing on, there's none of that. There's no purchase of the property at all. The investor is just taking control of the property. They're leasing it from the landlord and then they're putting their own tenants in. They pay the landlord whatever's been agreed and they manage everything, etc. So the process of us finding that type of deal and presenting it to the investors, right? And then the investor viewing the property and then wanting to take it on is literally a matter of days. So if it, for example, if an investor sees a property today, it's Thursday, and he likes it, we can have that deal done, dusted. He's got the keys. We've been paid our £3,000 fee. landlords received all the money that they're supposed to receive, or paperwork, etc. Everything can be done and dusted within 7 to 10 days, usually about 7 days. We could do it a lot quicker sometimes as well. So you see the huge difference, right? That's just because of the type of deal that we're focusing on, the rent to rent. So yeah, but saying that, at the same time, the type of buyers that you're looking for, they are also in the Facebook groups, and it's a similar strategy to what I'm going to be showing you today. It's just you'll be looking in a different type of group, right? Because you need to find those specific type of buyers that are looking to purchase rather than the investors that are trying to take these rent to rent deals on. So what I'm going to show you today will still help you, but it's just a little bit different from what you just mentioned there, right? Um, okay, and you said you're getting used to speaking on the phone. Well done, because like I said, that is something that I know holds a lot of people back. A lot of people are really scared of the phone. So if you can get comfortable just having conversations, and that's all I mean, by the way, guys, when I say get comfortable on the phone, just having convos. You know, if you can get comfortable with that, you can do this. You can do this really well. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing any more questions. Where are we? Bill. So Bill said, next step, I have to work out how to pitch to letting agents. Yeah, I wouldn't say that's your next step. Don't worry, we're gonna go through it anyway. I'm gonna go through every step, so you'll know exactly what to do. If you're at the moment still at the investor stage, then your next step isn't the letting agents, right? That's the longer process. The process I'm gonna show you is the quickest, easiest way to start selling deals within that first 4 weeks, which is on average, the guys that are working with me are selling their first deal within 4 to 5 weeks on average. So yeah, that's what I'm going to be going over with you today, the process which generates those results, right? Okay, Denise said, when you say what do you mean when you say qualified? Okay, so when I say qualified, so all right, let me just maybe the easiest way to do it is talk about what isn't qualified and what is qualified. When I say qualified, a qualified investor would be someone that well, for me personally, I have to get them on the phone. A phone call is very important. If I don't get them on the phone, I do have another process which is called a drop form, which some of you guys might be aware of. But essentially, you create your own form, and it has all of the qualifying questions in it, and they have to take the time to kind of go through and fill it out. But my preference is to get them on the phone. When they're on the phone, I'm going to ask them a series of questions to figure out basically, are they serious? Are they experienced? How many units they've already got? Have they got the money to even take these deals on? What's their budget, etc., etc.? Their criteria. There's a bunch of questions I'm going to ask them. That's qualifying the investor. Whereas if I just add someone to my investor list without asking them any of those questions, just okay, you're looking for rent to rent deals in England. Okay, great. Add you to my list, and then I just start sending you deals. That's not a qualified investor because I haven't had the chance to actually qualify them, essentially, what it says on the tin. I haven't asked them the necessary questions to make sure they're even serious, they're in the position to move forward. If I present them with a deal, etc., etc. So you always want to qualify the investors before adding them to your list. And this is super important, really important. And it's probably one of the biggest reasons why deal sources struggle is because, well, firstly, they don't really even put much time and effort into building those investor lists and those relationships with investors in the first place. And secondly, they kind of like just run around like a headless chicken, just focus on getting the deals and then hope that the buyers just kind of appear out of thin air. But that's not what you want to do, because it's so difficult to sell those deals without having serious buyers up front, without already having interaction with them. It's really difficult just in general. This is a fact, to sell something to someone on the first interaction. So for example, Denise, if I'm trying to sell you something and I bump into you for the first time, hey, look, I've got this thing I'm trying to sell. Here it is, buy it. You're less likely to buy that from me that time. You're more likely to buy it if I bump into you one, two, or three more times, right? Maybe on the second time or the third time, because now there's a sense of familiarity, right? Okay, I've met this guy before. He's explained what it is he's selling. Okay, all right, yeah, I've been thinking about it since the last time I met him, and like he's not a stranger anymore, right? So that's why these qualifying calls are so important. And that's literally why we're able to sell our deals 10 times quicker than most deal sources. Because when we get a deal, we're not just trying to put it in a group and wait for a stranger to buy it. We're selling it to people who we've already had conversations with. We've already had a call with them, already had a qualifying conversation with them. We've already broken the ice. They already know I'm Gary. I already know who they are. They know what I'm about, etc., etc. So it makes the process of selling them a deal a lot easier. Right? Does that make sense, Denise? Let me know in the chat. I hope that answers your question. Hamza said, okay, good questions. Hamza said, how long did it take you to sell your first deal? So my first ever sale, I want to say it probably took me just over a month or so, roughly. But I didn't start with rent to rent and lease options and the creative deals. I started with the bigger deals. So even though I sold a deal, it took me a very long time to actually see that money, right? Which I'll go into we've got a whole backstory, so I'll go into with you in a second. But if we're talking about rent to rent deals and the creative deals, I started with lease options first in terms of creative deals. And yeah, that first deal, once I switched my attention to those types of deals and said, okay, these are what I'm going to focus on, it was literally a couple of weeks before I sold my first deal. And I'm still very, very good friends with the co-sourcer that I sold that deal with till this day. You know, we met over 10 years ago. And yeah, so yeah, it took me a couple of weeks. And then, like I said, if we're talking about the guys that work with me now and have been working with me for the past 4 years, within the first 4 to 5 weeks, they're selling their first deals, you know, following these steps. So I hope that answers your question. Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone. I can see more people have joined the call as well. Welcome, guys. Thank you for joining. I just want to make sure you can hear me okay and you can see the actual background. Okay, just write in the chat and let me know. Okay. Let me make sure I'm not missing anyone. Rajesh says, is it best to start with rent to rent HMOs or alternatively SAs? I would not focus on one type of rent to rent. I would focus on rent to rent as a whole. So we're selling HMOs, SAs, supported living, social housing. If it's a rent to rent, we will sell it. We don't want to limit ourselves, basically. If you're only selling rent to SAs, for example, you've got a ceiling. Straight away, you put a ceiling on yourself. There's only so much business that you can do. Whereas if you're selling any type of rent to rent deal, a lot easier. And there's a lot more buyers, of course. Okay. Denise said, I'm familiar with the strategy. I'm open to rent. Brilliant. Brilliant. Good, Denise. I'm actually glad to hear that. Because hopefully what I'm going to show you today, like I said, it will help you with what you're trying to do already, but it's going to be way more effective with the rent to rent deals. That's literally what we focus on, right? So yeah, hopefully that will help you start to make some progress. Okay, let me just keep going. I'm going to answer some more questions, then we're going to keep going through the presentation, guys. Okay, so Roger said, is it better to find the investor first or the rent to rent deal? We're going to go through all of that, Rajesh, but in short, investor first, deals come after. And I'm going to explain in more detail why. But to answer your question, yes, investor first, deals second. And what's the fastest way to build an investor list? We're going to go through that. Don't you worry. Is it possible to sell a rent-to-rent deal per week or to sell a rent-to-rent deal per month? Or you're asking a lot of questions that we're going to go through, Rajesh. Don't worry. We're going to cover all of this in the presentation. But essentially, yes, it is. That's what our guys are doing consistently, you know? You said to sell a deal per week or to sell a deal per month. Yeah, deal per month is super realistic. You know, very, very doable. That's I hate to use the word easy, but that's easy, you know, especially if you've built your list. In terms of selling a deal per week, also very, very realistic if you have laid your foundations properly and you have a solid list, you have the right relationships, which is what I'm going to show you today. Selling one deal per week is really easy. There's people selling multiple deals per week, which I'm going to show you. Some of my guys, you know, they're doing more than a deal a week. So it is very possible, 100%. Hamza said, what should I say to landlord? We're going to get to that. Too early, Hamza. Rajesh and Hamza, you're rushing ahead. Don't worry, we're going to get to all of that. I promise you. I promise you, I promise you. Okay, I can't see any more questions, so let's keep going. So, and thank you guys for responding and introducing yourselves, letting me know where you're at with your journey. Like I said, I think most of you are in a similar position. You're completely new. Your obstacles are quite similar. You're struggling to maybe build your investor list or secure deals. You know, like I said, there's a lot more moving parts to it than just that, but it sounds like that's kind of where you guys are stuck. So we're going to cover all of that today and more. Okay, let's keep going. Hey VP, sorry, it doesn't say your full name, it just says VP. But hi VP, thank you for joining. Where are we? It says learn first to find the deals. Learn first to find the deals via tools. I'm not too sure what you mean by that, VP. Is that a question, or I'm not? I'm not too sure what you're asking. Just type it again, and then I'll respond. Okay, so just to be clear, and I think actually it's quite fitting that we talk about this now, especially because, as Denise said, you know, there's people probably on the call that are covering different strategies, not just rent to rent deal sourcing. So there's a few questions that I'm going to ask you just to be clear and make sure I've got the right people on the call. So just this training is actually for people that want to start making £3,000 or more per week by selling rent to rent deals online specifically. I just want to be super clear, guys. I know it probably sounds silly that I'm even saying this, but I just want to be clear because, of course, you know, sometimes people end up on the call and they're not interested in rent to rent. They want to do a different strategy, which is fine, of course. But we're covering predominantly rent to rent deals and just creative deals in general, but mainly rent to rent. And as I explained, that's because they're the quickest and easiest deals to do, right? So just drop a yes in the comments if that's you. I can see a few people who've already beat me to it. Rajesh says yes. Hamza, Chayoma, Shea, FM. Sorry, FM. It doesn't say your name. It just says FM. But thank you, FM. Khalid, Juliet, Irene, Rajesh. Okay, brilliant, perfect. Okay, so we've got the right people on the call. VP said basically one has to learn to find deals first. Vin, I would disagree, Vin. I would disagree. After working with hundreds of deal sources and being in the business myself, almost 14 years, I would hugely disagree. Finding the deals first is a very flawed strategy. I speak to deal sources near enough every day that have approached the business this way. They started off by just contacting agents and landlords and securing deals, and then they couldn't sell the deals. And the problem is they lost those relationships with those landlords or agents. They lost the deals, and they had to start from scratch again. They was back at the drawing board. Whereas if they would have already had a solid qualified investor list built in that particular area, let's say for example they were securing deals in London, right? So they keep getting deals in London but they're just struggling to sell them. If they would have had a qualified investor list built in London first before they started securing the deals, it would have been 10 times easier for them to sell those deals. Now don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they would sell every single deal, of course not. That's just not the way that math works, right? It's not the way the universe works, unfortunately. But they definitely would have significantly increased their chances of selling those deals because the buyers are sitting there waiting, right? And I know this because this is what we do week in, week out. And like I said, I'm going to show you the examples, but this is really what we do, you know. So we know that the list is the backbone of the business. The list is where the value is. I just put a post out about it on Facebook yesterday, literally just talking about this. That is where the value is. There's no value in the deals, guys. Let's just get that out of the way, like up front. We might as well talk about it now. There is no value in those deals. The deals are going to come and go so quick, right? They slip through your fingers so quick. A landlord says yes today, and you're not able to proceed with what you proposed within a week, a couple of days, depending on how patient that landlord is. You've lost that deal and you've lost that relationship, right? That's the people who are securing deals first, right? Whereas if you already have the buyers, when you secure the deals, you're able to generate interest very quickly for the deals. I mean, when we secure a deal and we send it out and it gets interest, we're sending 4, 5, 6 investors through the doors to view it and getting offers on that first day of viewings. Huge difference. Huge difference in that approach, right? Because the buyers are already there waiting. We've already qualified them. We already know what they're looking for, right? So yeah, I'm gonna kind of, as we go through the presentation, you'll see probably more what I mean. But I would just say, yeah, I would definitely say finding the deals first is flawed, and it just makes it so much more difficult for yourself. Yeah. But don't worry, I don't want to just put the statement out there. I'm gonna show you why in real time. Don't you worry. He said, I agree your way, but are you selling? I agree your way, but what are you selling deals? We're selling rent to rent deals. Rent to rent deals. Are you aware of what rent to rent deals are, Vin? Just let me know in the chat. Let's be clear again. Just make sure we've got the right people on the call. Okay, so there you go. We're selling rent to rent deals. Does that make sense? Just give me a yes. We're gonna keep going, guys. Okay, brilliant. So I promised to do some giveaways on the call. So today I'm going to be giving away a free business audit. It's going to be a 1 hour call. So essentially, what I'll do is, depending on where you're at in your journey, whether it's a brand new company, you're just getting started, or you're already in the business, up and running, but maybe struggling to scale, I'm going to help you. I'm going to go into a deep dive with you on that. So I'm going to do a free business audit. That's going to be for someone who wins a competition, which I'm going to explain the competition to you further on into the presentation. This competition, by the way, guys, as well as it being a competition to kind of for you to get the free giveaway, keep in mind this is actually also to help you because it's real. What I'm going to show you how to do is genuinely something that's going to help you grow this business. So whether you're interested in getting involved in the giveaway or not, still just get involved in what I'm going to show you, right? Because what happens is you'll see in real time that what I'm trying to show you is real and it works, right? Whereas if you just kind of look from afar, you're never really going to get that experience. So that's the first giveaway I'm giving. I'm also going to give away a step-by-step guide. So just kind of breaking down pretty much what we're discussing on the call today. So you'll have it in writing as well as us going over it on the call. That's a PDF. And also give you a compliance checklist. So it has all the sites and the costs. So the websites, I mean, when I say sites, and the costs associated. So you'll know exactly what you need to become compliant. And all you need to do is stay till the end of the call. That's it. That is all you need to do, guys. Okay, is everybody clear on that? Just give me a yes in the chat if that makes sense. If everyone's clear on that. So I'm giving away a free business audit. It'll be a 1 hour call via Zoom. We'll make the arrangements after this call, whoever wins. A step-by-step guide and a compliance checklist. Yeah, brilliant. Denise says yes. Rajesh, Hamza, Khalid, Hugh, FM, brilliant. Okay, amazing. Thank you, guys. All right. Let me make sure I'm not missing any questions. Guys, what I'm going to do is as we're working our way through, I'm going to just kind of like go back and forth and make sure I'm not missing your questions as we go. Okay, so again, just fire away in the chat. Okay, Irene said, how do we find the investors? We're going to cover that, Irene. Don't you worry, in great detail. You said what portal or website? We're mainly using Facebook, but I'm going to show you exactly how we're going to do it. Okay. Vin said, but it's till a deal. Okay, I'm not too sure what you mean, Vin. Just write it again for me, mate. I'm not too sure exactly what you mean, but like I said, we're selling rent-to-rent deals to investors. So investors that are actively looking for these deals, we go out, we find the deals for them, we package them, we present them to them. If they take the deal, they pay us a £3,000 sourcing fee for finding the deal. Okay. Hamza said, does everyone on the call win it? So no. So only one person will win the first giveaway, so the free business audit, but everybody else that's on the call, on this live call, will get the step-by-step guide and the compliance checklist. I mentioned earlier, I'm not too sure if you was on the call, so and anyone else who's kind of just joined, in order for me to know that you was on the call, I just need you to send me a DM on school, just saying I'm on the live call, just letting me know you're here so that I can send it to you as soon as the call's finished. Okay, so everyone just send me a quick message on school letting me know you're on the live call, and then I can send you over all the freebies at the end. Okay, brilliant. Okay, all right, where are we? Juliet said, really great point about the compliances, as this can be shocked in terms of costs. Yes, 100%. I know, Juliet, you have sorted your compliance out from when we were speaking the other day, so there is a cost associated. But once it's sorted, listen, you sell one deal, you've made that money back. So just so you guys know, I'm going to give you the checklist, but just so you know, compliance costs approximately 900 to £1,000, roughly. It's around there when you kind of like tally up everything that you're paying. But you sell one deal, right? Even if you sold a co-source deal, and when I say co-source, I mean you're partnered up with someone else, so you're splitting the fee. You're still making 1,500. So you've literally made that money back. Just one sale, just one. Right? So it's not as though you're, you know, forking out tons of money and it's going to take loads of sales for you to make the money back. No, one sale, you've made that money back. So yeah, if you're in a position to get yourself compliant, sort it out. I'm going to give you the checklist so you'll know exactly what you need to do. And then whether you do it now or later, you have the information to hand. Okay. But yeah, well done, Juliet, because I do remember you mentioning that you've sorted yours out now. Hamza, I've answered that question already. Vin said, deal is the main product to sell. Yes, Irene answered. Perfect. Absolutely right. That's it. Vin said, whatever is the deal is your case. In your case is rent to rent. Yeah, so we're selling rent to rent deals, Vin. Like you said, you know what a rent to rent deal is. So that's what we're selling. I'm going to go into more detail about how we find it and how we sell it, etc. But the bigger picture is, yeah, we're finding, securing, and selling rent to rent deals to the investors that are already looking for those types of deals. Yeah. Simo said he's explained that. Yeah, so we're going to go into it. Don't worry. Denise said, I'm fully compliant. Well done, Denise. Well done. Well done. Juliet said a bit more around 2K. Oh, I don't know where you done yours, Juliet. It should not have been 2K. That's quite expensive. Should be around £1,000. All in all. And also, I know we're kind of going off, but I like to touch on the things that you guys are actually talking about rather than just following the script, right? So you spoke about uh, 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 professional indemnity. Sorry, I'm just trying to remember the abbreviations. Professional indemnity insurance and public liability insurance, right? You do not need public liability insurance to be a deal sourcer, especially the way we're doing it. Why? Because people are not meeting us on any premises. We don't have a premises that clients are coming to. In fact, the way we're doing it is 100% remote. So we're not meeting anyone full stop. So you don't need PL insurance. You just need professional indemnity because, of course, we're selling the deals and people are paying us for them. So that's what that insurance covers you for. But you don't need the other one. Now, I doubt that's going to be what brought it up an extra £1,000. I don't know. We can talk about that separately anyway, Juliet. Don't worry, we'll figure it out. But yeah, I definitely don't think you should have been paying 2K. That sounds like a lot. You should be paying around £1,000 roughly. Rajesh said, I'm halfway through my compliance. I have to renew my PI insurance again as mine. Yeah, so yeah, just renew it. Just get it renewed. Get it renewed as soon as you can, Rajesh, and you're back in the game. Do I 100% need AML to start? You need AML to sell deals directly to your investors. I mean, look, the bottom line is, there are loopholes, of course. There's ways around it, but I don't, I don't like to advise people to do that. What I like to advise people to do is just get yourself compliant as soon as you can, because then you have nothing to worry about and you can sell your deals directly to your investors without needing anyone else involved. Now, if you're not compliant and you want to try and do deals, you're going to need to work with other people. It's good. A compliant sourcer is going to have to handle everything and then just kind of pay you sort of a referral fee, you know. But yeah, I don't like to advise people to do that. I think it's better to just get yourself compliant when you can, and then you can start selling deals directly. So it's good to have this information I'm giving you today, because the minute you are ready, you can just go. You don't have to start from scratch and learn everything. You're going to know exactly what you should do and just go straight in. Yeah. Okay, so have I missed anyone? Juliet, what contracts do we need to utilize terms of the seller and the buyer? I'm going to go into that, Juliet. Don't worry, guys. I promise you, I'm going to cover everything for you in detail. I promise. I promise. These are good questions, of course, but some of these we're going to actually go over in detail as we work our way through. So I'm going to cover that for you. Don't you worry, Juliet. Irene said, what's AML? It's anti-money laundering. So it's part of your compliance, Irene. The checklist I'm going to give you will kind of show you where you can go and get more information about that. But essentially, yeah, it's called anti-money laundering. So it's kind of the way that you're going to start receiving the money for these deals and how you're going to check whether or not the people you're dealing with are shady or not. Essentially, right? That's the easier way to explain it. So that's AML. So could I do the first deal with a co-sourcer without AML? Already answered, yeah. Rajesh said, I wouldn't personally advise that you co-source if you're not fully compliant. Yep. Again, Rod, same thing, 100% compliant, save hefty fines. Yes. And this is what I mean, guys. You know, like, it's funny. I was just speaking with someone the other day and they'd been on some training with another mentor. And that mentor basically advised them to just start selling deals. You don't need compliance, right? A big mentor, by the way, very big, you know. And his whole thing was, you know, there's a whole loophole where, you know, you register your deal sourcing company under this different SIC code, so it doesn't actually come under, you know, essentially an estate agency business, because with deal sourcing, there's not really a segment just for us. You'll see that when you start going through your compliance, we're looked at as estate agents, essentially, because of the activities we're doing, right? We're selling property deals or we're selling properties. So they look at us as agents, estate agents. But this trainer is teaching people to kind of avoid that and not sign yourself up as, you know, a deal sourcer or an agent, so you can kind of avoid being compliant. But what I was trying to explain to this person the other day is that, I mean, look, yeah, that might be a loophole, that might be a way around it, but what do you do when there's an issue and you need the compliance to help you, right? Like somebody mentioned earlier, hefty fines, you know. So yeah, I mean, look, without going too deep into it, because I'm no expert on compliance, to me it's just get yourself compliant, right? That's the bottom line. It's just going to save you a ton of headache. So everybody who's on the call, if you need the checklist, shoot me a message. I have seen a lot of messages pop up already. There's probably near enough everyone that's on the call. So, but if you haven't, shoot me a message, and when the call ends, I will be sending you the checklist as well as the guide as well. Okay. All right. Let's keep going. What have I missed? Oh, someone said, yeah, he taught that to me. Okay, so you know who I'm talking about. I won't say any names. Juliet said, I would just get compliant all the way. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's keep going, guys. I think we're all on the same page. I believe we're on the same page. So again, I just want to get an idea of who I've got in the room. So just let me know if this sounds like you, and you can use the chat. So is there anybody in the room that's making less than £10,000 per month from deal sourcing at the moment, currently? I know there's a lot of newbies in the room. I would imagine a lot of you are going to say yes, but just give me a nice big yes. Let me know who we've got in the room. If there's anyone in here who's already hitting the 10K mark, amazing. Let me know. I can still help you as well. I've helped many people scale past the 10K mark as well. But is there anyone in here making less? Just give me a yes. Okay, Jenny. Jenny says yes. FM is that Fridge? I think you said Fridge was your name. Just confirm for me. I hate to just kind of like say people's names wrong. Yes, Fridge. Fridge says yes, brilliant. Simo says me because I'm new, 100%. Hugh says yes. Bill, yes. Juliet. Rod said 0. I like the honesty, Rod. Shaya says yes. Rajesh says yes. Okay, so look, this is it. And look, this is the whole point of this call, right? The whole point of this call is to take you from 0, as some of you guys have said, to that 10K mark, and hopefully more than that, right? A lot of my guys are doing more than 10K per month. But I know that that's usually one of the main goals for people when they start out. They want to hit that 10K. So I want to be able to help you get from the 0 to that amount. So it's good to see that we do have people on the call who are struggling to get to that point. Let me know in the chat if you're struggling to find serious investors that are happily paying you that £3,000 per deal. Again, I know there's a lot of new people in the room, so I would imagine similar situations. Just give me a yes in the chat. Anybody struggling to find serious investors? This is one of the most important parts of your deal sourcing business, guys. Remember what I said earlier. Your deal sourcing business needs a solid investor list. Otherwise, it's not going to work the way you want it to. It's going to be a very, very slow, difficult slog, right? Juliet says yes. Rod said yes. Jenny. Rajesh says tire kickers and time wasters. I hear you. I hear what you mean. I hear you, Rajesh. Remember what I said earlier, though. Numbers. We're going to talk about that shortly. Don't worry. You speak to you. Once I show you how to speak to more investors and of course have the right conversations with them, that's going to change drastically. I think at the moment, the reason that you're experiencing that, Rajesh, is just because you haven't had a chance to speak to enough people, unfortunately. But we're going to change that. We're going to turn that around. Shioma says yes. Jenny says yes. Okay. Anybody struggling to build a network of co-sources that will send you a consistent, and I like to stress, consistent flow of rent-to-rent deals to sell. Again, another big one. I think I mentioned to you guys earlier, my first sale was with a co-sourcer, right? I didn't find my own deal and then sell it. I partnered up with someone that I met online on Facebook, in 2011, and that's how I got my first sale done. And we went on to sell many deals together, and I had similar relationships with probably a handful of other co-sources. Right, you'll find that finding good co-sources isn't the easiest job. Right, you're not gonna have hundreds of good ones. Just being completely honest with you, But when you do find that handful or that little batch of good ones, it's super valuable. And I'll explain why a little bit later. But just let me know, guys. Anyone struggling to get the network right? Remember, these guys are going to send you deals that you can sell, and they've already secured the deal. So it's like the quickest way to start making money. Shioma says yes. Simo says yes. Frage says yes. Co-source a problem. Haven't reached out to enough yet. Fair play. Look, I appreciate the honesty. I'm going to go over the steps to find those co-sources shortly as well. So that will help. Rod says you need reliable deal sources that actually offer authentic deals. I agree, Rod. 100%. I think it's super important to work with the right sources. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely bang on. Irene says yes. Naomi says yes. Okay, good. Again, everyone seems to be on a similar page, which is good. So hopefully what I go over today, you'll all kind of resonate with it in a similar way because you're at a similar stage, right? Anybody struggling to find motivated landlords that say yes to rent to rent? Have any of you guys actually even started speaking to landlords? Like, how are you getting on? Are you getting the yeses? Or are you getting rejected? Just give me a yes in the chat if you're struggling to find motivated landlords. We sell a lot of direct deals, landlords that we're just getting from Gumtree, guys. Literally, I'm going to show you the examples. But if you've been following me for a while, you've seen me talk about it. I've even posted little snippets of me having those calls with landlords. I think once you know how to approach them the right way, the right convo, how to present the benefits in a way that allows them to see the value, it's a lot easier. But I know people struggle with that at first. It's something that you've got to figure out. So, okay, good. Rajesh says yes. Simo. Hugh says got good response from the message, but on stop, not complain. Just I think you're saying you're not compliant. Let me know, Hugh. I think that's what you're saying. But okay, so you started though. You've actually got some good responses, but you're not compliant yet, so you're not in the position to actually do anything with it yet. I believe that's what you're pretty much saying, right? Just let me know. Frage says struggling to know if a deal is worth calling the landlords. I'm gonna go into that shortly, but that's a big mistake, Frage. Big mistake. You can't know whether or not it's worth speaking to the landlord until you speak to them. Literally. You'll never I would urge you to not try and figure it out from the outside. Speak to them first. Have a conversation with them. Get some more information about the property and then make your decision. Because you can easily, guys, no exaggeration. There's been so many times that we've looked at ads or we've looked at an actual deal and it didn't look like the greatest deal. I just put some content out about this the other day. It did not look like the perfect deal, right? But in the end, after some conversations with the landlord, some conversations with our investor list, we end up selling those deals because there may be an investor on the list who this fits, right? And again, it might be not be the perfect deal when we present it to them. They might need some negotiations, they might need a bit of back and forth, but there's been a ton of deals that at first we thought they're a bit meh, and someone still came and purchased them from us, right? So I would say super important to have the conversation, dig a little bit deeper first. Don't try and guess just from looking from the outside. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. I'm going to go into more detail about it, but I hope that makes sense. Naomi says yes. Okay, good. Let's keep going, guys. I know I'm very conscious of time today. I usually go on for a very long time. I just once I get into this, I'm a bit passionate, so I can talk forever, right? So sometimes the calls go on for hours and hours. Tonight, I'm trying to make a conscious effort to move a bit quicker and get it finished within. I mean, it's 8 now, so within 2.5 hours at the most, right? So I'm going to keep moving as quickly as I can. So, guys, let me know. Anybody struggling to find letting agents? I know that's a big one that people really struggle with. Getting letting agents to understand the rent to rent model. We've got really good relationships with a lot of agents all over the country. The guys are getting deals sent to them every week. We have a whole system of, it's very important for these guys to firstly get through the doors in the first place to get the relationship, but also keep themselves in the loop. So any properties that are sitting on the books that maybe the agent's struggling to get rid of, or new properties that have come on the market where the landlord would be open to what we're proposing. If you're not in the loop, if you're not staying in contact, if you're not touching base, then you're not even going to know about those opportunities, right? So again, this is the whole thing that I kind of work on with the guys in real time, and we put a system in place that allows them to secure deals from their agents regularly, very regularly. So okay, so there's a few of you guys similar, struggling. Fraser says I've called loads. They all tell me that they don't do it. Okay. We're gonna talk about that in more detail. Rajesh says they don't really understand the rent to rent business model. Okay. Let me ask a question. Fridge and Rajesh, both of you, let me know how many sorry, not landlords, we're speaking about letting agents. How many letting agents have you both spoke to each? Have you reached out to each? Be honest with me as well. Be completely honest. How many roughly? Let's keep going. Rajesh says 10. Okay. Oh, both of you said 10. Wow. Okay. Coincidence. Bang on. Okay, guys, let me just tell you 10 is not enough. 10 is not enough, right? Um, there are so many agents out there. We need to be speaking to more, but also not just that. Of course, look, it's a numbers game, but also it's going to depend the conversations you're having, the way you're approaching those calls in the first place. I'm going to go into it in more detail about how we approach it anyway further on. So hopefully that will help you guys. But 10, we need to be pushing for more, 100%. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Is there anybody on the call who's actually fed up of the theory and ready to start taking action? And again, this is a big one because I know a lot of people, come to me and they tell me about all of the trainings they've been on, all of the courses, all of the master classes, etc., etc. And usually all they're given is just theory, right? Just a bunch of info that once the call ends, they have no idea what to do with, right? Whereas I'm super, super big on action. Of course, we have to have theory. Things have to be in writing. You have to have step-by-step guides and things like that. But I'm a big fan of actually doing the thing in real time. So let me know if you're tired of just theory, just information rather than implementation or you know actionable steps. Let me know in the chat. Give me a yes. Juliet says yes. Simo. Vin says action. Brilliant. Raja said outdated and obsolete strategies that do not work in my local area. Okay, I'm not too sure what that means, but we'll go into more detail about that. Hugh says this is motivation. Simo says yes, yes, yes. Okay, because guys, honestly, this is what's gonna make probably the biggest difference for you, right? When I speak with all of my guys, when I think back to like the first two people that started working with me in 2021, a gentleman named Kieran Goldie, that was my first ever mentee, and a gentleman named Jin Fong Young. I've posted about them before on Facebook. Two lovely gentlemen, both of them came across me probably similar way as you guys on Facebook, reached out, joined one of these training sessions, etc., etc., etc. But the point I'm trying to make is they both had been on other trainings, right? They tried to work with other mentors, and that was one of the biggest things for them, was that it was just a bunch of theory, right? It was just like a bunch of information, but not really any hand holding, not really any, this is what you should do. Do this, do that, write that, say this, respond with this. And I think that's what made a huge difference. And by the way, both of those guys, when they started working with me, were working full time. They both had jobs. And within 3 to 4 months, they both ended up quitting their jobs because they were making enough money from deal sourcing, right? So the action side of things for me is huge. I'm really big on that. So it's good to see this is kind of where your minds are at. Jenny says yes. Naomi says yes. Amazing. All right, let's get into it. You're definitely in the right place. So, quick backstory on me. I'm not going to drag this out too much. Started deal sourcing in 2011. As I mentioned, no experience, probably similar to you guys, right? No experience, no clients, no network. I didn't know anyone in the business. I didn't have any deals like some of you guys have mentioned. And probably more importantly, didn't have any money, right? So I knew I wanted to make money in property. I've been interested in property from quite young for some strange reason. I've mentioned before, conversations that I used to have with my mum about the fact that property is probably the best business to get into because people will always need somewhere to live. That's something I remember my mum saying to me from a very young age, and it just made sense, right? Out of any business I can be in, this is the one where some people are always going to need it. Everyone's always going to need shelter. So got into property quite young, and what I found was I was attempting to source any and every type of property deal that you can think of, right? And we've kind of already touched on this. I can't remember. Apologies. Somebody mentioned earlier. I can't remember the name that he was trying to do different types of deals, right? And I spoke about my experiences on that and kind of why I'm more focused on the rent to rent strategy. But essentially, that's how I started out, right? I was trying to do every deal, just young, hungry, trying to figure it out, but essentially getting nowhere, right? Is it, and let me just ask, is there anyone who's in that situation? Is there anyone who's attempted to do different types of deals or are currently trying to do different types of deals and kind of just feel like you're running around like a headless chicken? Nothing seems to be happening. You're not getting the results you want, but you're trying to do everything. Just give me a yes in the chat if you can relate. Is there anyone who's trying to do the BMV deals, the buy to let deals, the big BRR deals, land deals, etc., etc.? Let me know in the chat. Can you relate to that? Just give me a yes. Raja says yes. Brilliant. Fraser's in the plan. Okay. Well, like I said, look, I was attempting to do all of those deals and I ended up hitting a bit of a brick wall, the same problem. And it was just that the deals took too long to complete. Like I said, we're talking 3 to 6 to 12 months in some cases, just due to conveyancing, surveys, local authority searches, mortgage applications, etc., etc. Those traditional deals just take a lot longer than any of the creative deals that I went on to focus on. Okay. So something had to change, of course, right? Um, I I like to always look at kind of like the transformation. What took me from zero, like some of you guys mentioned earlier, so the broke Gary, as I like to call it, to the 10K per month Gary, right? And kind of just getting things up and running and actually starting to make some good money from it. So when I look at the two in comparison, you can clearly see that firstly, the broke Gary was sourcing any and every type of deal, as I mentioned, no focus, had zero focus at all. I would just get up each day and just kind of try and figure it out, right? Waiting 3 to 6 months to get paid per deal, which just wasn't feasible. And I was freestyling the process, which is a big mistake that I see a lot of people make, right? Especially now. And I can see that they are starting off on the exact same foot that I did, right? Just trying to do everything because hopefully something sticks, right? But the transformation was when I switched my focus to rent deals. Well, I actually switched to creative strategies in general. So lease options, rent to rent, installment contracts, anything where an investor could take a deal on without having to spend large amounts of money or have to go through a lender, right? So because I just understood that those deals could happen really, really quickly. So specifically started to focus on rent to rent, and began getting paid the 2 to 3Ks per deal within a matter of days. I mentioned the 2 to 3K because when I started, getting paid £3,000 for a deal was actually very rare, actually unheard of, to be honest. Right? You could just about get 2,500 as a sourcing fee back then. 2,000 was the market rate. That's what everyone was charging, and that was normal. If you asked for any more, investors would actually look at you like you was crazy, right? You was trying to overcharge them. So it's funny for me to see how normal it is now for deals to sell for £3,000. That's the market rate, you know. But yeah, so I went through that process and then figured out a tried and tested system. So no more freestyling. We actually had some structure, had some systems in place, and started to see things move a lot smoother. Can everyone still see the screen? Just give me a yes if you can still see the screen before I move on. Everyone can still hear me okay as well. Brilliant. Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Simo. Thank you, Rajesh, Vin. Okay, great. I'm going to assume everyone can see. So, like I said, I stopped wasting time on the slow deals, which are, of course, the bigger deals, and I just started focusing on rent to rent, right? And the thing that I really love about rent to rent, and you guys will see as you kind of get involved in it properly, is that things move really, really quickly, really quick. So, you know, again, you could go from having no clients at all to having 10, 20, 30 clients under your belt within days, if you know what you're doing. If you understand how to navigate the platforms the right way. We focus on Facebook. I'll explain why shortly. But if you know how to navigate them properly, then you can very quickly start building your clientele. And that's what I done. So I just hit the groups, hit Facebook, and very quickly started to build some really good relationships. So you can see here all these people coming back to me after me reaching out to them, you know, telling me they're looking for rent to rent deals in certain areas, ideally rent to SA in Warwick. Hi Gary, thanks for getting in touch. I'm looking at rent to rents. I'm looking for rent to rents in Northwest London, London and surrounding counties, etc., etc. And it went on and on and on. I just actually put out a post yesterday or day before about being able to get my inbox to be bombarded essentially with about 40 investors. This is like a prime example of us doing that, you know, them coming back to us and saying yes, we are ready. Now of course had to go through and sort of filter that right, to find the serious ones, but it was very quick in terms of generating that interest, which was really, really intriguing to me in comparison to the other strategies. And you could very quickly see my income growing. So again, going from making nothing as a deal sourcer essentially to hitting those 3, 5, 6, 7, eventually 8, 9, 10, 15, 20K months, back to back, by the way, and just putting in the work, just really grafting, um, refining the process along the way too. Of course, how we started isn't the way that we ended up, but essentially grew the income to 10K per month really, really quickly, literally just using the platforms and the steps that I'm about to go over with you now. Now, my mentees are using the methods that I use to achieve amazing results too. Um, Again, I know some of you that are on the call are joining for the first time, so I don't know whether it's just the training you're seeing for the first time or you're just coming across me altogether. If you've been following me for a while, then you would have been seeing me post about my clients. I'm super transparent, with the results we get. I think in the coaching industry, that's something that you have to do. I know a lot of people try and kind of like hide away from it, talk about the results, but not really show. I'm someone who likes to show them because then you get to see that they're real people, and these people are no better or smarter than you, right? So if they're getting these results, you can, there's no reason why you can't as well. Okay. So I'm going to show you some of the examples. Please take the time to go through the school group. So everyone that's on this call right now is in the free school group, the Six Figure Deal Sourcer group, the free version. In that group, there is a category that says wins. If you're struggling to find it, again, shoot me a message on school and I'll kind of walk you through it. But it's very straightforward. Once you go into the group, you can't really miss it. It's like kind of within the categories. If you click on there, I've uploaded as many of the wins as I can. Like I said, we have almost 200 case studies, right? So we're trying to keep it up to date as much as we can. But just go through there. You'll see there's probably at least 100 on there. And you'll see that these examples are very, very real, right? Naomi said, "How do we join a school group?" You should be in the school group already, Naomi, because the only way you would have got the link to join this call is if you was in that group. So I'm not too sure. How did you get the link to join this call, this training session? It would have been in that group that you got it from. You have to be in that group unless somebody else sent you the link, of course. Yeah. Okay, so look, let's just get into it. So here's some of the examples. So this is one of my clients. Now, again, I need to actually update this presentation because we've had a ton of sales since January this year. But this is one of the sales from January, starting the year off. This is my client, John, who actually started working with me at the end of December. So this is his first sale since working with me. It took him less than 4 weeks. And as you can see here, look, boom, payment received. I said, congratulations, John. So proud of you, mate. He said, thank you so much for your words of encouragement and guardian. And you can see the £3,000 hitting his bank account here. Amazing. I mean, it took him, like I said, less than 4 weeks from working with me to do that. We probably took a week or so to build his investor list, which you guys hear me talk about so much. We've done that together, making sure the list was built and nurtured and done in the correct way. And then from there, it was getting the network right. We built the investor list first, then we get the network right. So he had deals coming in very quickly, and also showed him how to secure deals directly from landlords. So he's actually sold a lot of deals directly from landlords now as well. And just putting all of those pieces of the puzzle together, he managed to sell that first deal and bank £3,000, which was amazing. This is somebody who sold multiple deals per month, every month since he's been working with me. This is actually another one of his sales. Where's it gone? Oh, let's go back. This is another one of his sales. So this is John again. As you can see here, another £3,000 he made there. This one took him just over a week to do altogether. Absolutely crazy. Look, £3,000. Can everybody see these screenshots nice and clear? Just let me know if you can see them. Just want to make sure everyone can see. All right, brilliant. Everyone can see. Amazing. This is another one of my clients, Renato. Again, now you can see here, look, he's even given the full breakdown. He said, look, I sold my first deal in 6 weeks. So I literally joined this group exactly 6 weeks ago. In 4 weeks, I finished my investor list with 30 plus investors. He started from zero, guys, from scratch, complete newbie. So he went from 0 clients to 30 plus clients in just under a month. And this deal took him 7 days to complete. I was involved with it with him. We, back and forth on the calls, etc., giving him guidance. So I can vouch for him that it did actually take literally 7 days altogether to get done. And you can say, look, since I presented the deal, got the agreement signed and paid, it just took 1 week. He said, a huge thank you to Gary Walker for this incredible deal sourcing mentorship. I honestly would like to say that I admire you a lot as a mentor and as a person. And he's just giving me some really good feedback, which is amazing. But look, you can see here, this is the bank transaction, him being paid the £3,000. Again, he's another person that's gone on to sell multiple deals since working with me. That was just his first sale. We've got Karan here, another one of my clients. There's actually 2 of my clients who have done a deal together. So they're co-sourcing, essentially partnering up to do deals. So it's Karan, gentleman named Karan, and my other client, Kent. And on this one, they sold 4 rent-to-rent deals together. So it was 4 rent-to-rent HMO deals that Kent secured using the steps that I teach. He secured that deal directly from a landlord. Actually, to give you the full story, he secured 1 deal from the landlord, right? So the landlord's advertising this property, a HMO. Kent reaches out. They get on a call. He has a good convo. He goes through the benefits and kind of just a really, really good call. And essentially, that landlord tells him, by the way, I've got this one, but I've actually got another 3, right? Which was amazing. So Kent managed to secure all 4. And then he partnered up with Quran, who had a buyer that was actively looking in that area, and that buyer took all 4 deals in one go. This deal took them a week and a half, if that, to do. You can see here, this was the first payment. So he gave them a partial payment. So he paid 7,500. That was when they got the payment and the agreement signed. And then he paid the further 2,500. So it was 10 grand altogether that they made in less than 2 weeks. And these guys have sold multiple deals together since joining the program. This is what I mean, when I talk about how important it is to have the network. Near enough everyone who joins the program, are in the position to sell a deal almost straight away, just because of what we're doing inside that group. You get access to our in-house deals and our network, our exclusive network. So this was really valuable for them because they made some really good money together. As I said, both of them are selling deals. So as well as selling deals together, they're doing deals with other people in the program and on their own. So this is Kent. So this is the gentleman who I just showed you, him selling another deal with another one of our mentees. This is Ade, a lovely lady called Ade in the program. And they sold a North London deal. And you can see here, look, £3,000 hits his account. Another 3K paid. This is Quran again. Another deal sold. You can see here, look, another deal sold today. He got paid £3,000. And I messaged him saying, boom, congratulations, Quran. And he said, thanks, Gary. All your knowledge getting to work, which is amazing. These guys are crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. Remember, somebody asked earlier, is it really possible to sell a deal a week, right? All of these people I'm showing you, these sales are all happening within a week. In some cases, as you see, the bigger deals where there's like 4 deals in one go, that one took a week and a half. But the initial, the individual deals, the single deals, they're selling in like a week, guys. Really quick, really, really quick. This is another one of my clients, Jane. Now I'm blocking out her name because she's specifically asked to be kept anonymous. Jane works in a job where she's not really allowed to have a separate business. So she's just asked that we kind of keep it quiet for her until she's in a position where she can quit her job. But with that in mind, she has still managed to get her first deal sold within that first 4 weeks. And on this one, she sold a block deal. So crazy. This is a complete newbie, guys. Someone who is not privy to selling property deals. And she's come in and her first sale is a block of rent-to-rent deals. That investor paid her and her co-sourcer 13 grand for those deals. And as you can see here, she walked away with 6.5 grand. That was in January this year. She sold many, many deals since. But look, first deal paid 6.5 grand. My share, which was 50% of the 13,000. I can't believe it. I couldn't have done it without you and Charlie. Charlie's one of my team members. I think actually Raj was just talking about yeah, there he is. I know Charlie. So yes. So Charlie, thank you so much. And yeah, just amazing. She said, thanks, all down to your amazing training and sharing. And one thing about me and my team is that we're super hands-on. You'll start to see that just with what these guys are saying when they're talking about their sales. Like, we're involved in the sales, we're available at all times. As I'm speaking with you guys on this training session right now, I see all the combos that are going on between the team and the members. More viewings being booked in, more offers on the table, etc., etc. So we're involved in the actual transactions, right? Goes back to what I asked earlier about theory in comparison to action and implementation. This is like another prime example. Complete newbie selling a block deal, right? So that was another amazing result for Jane. This is another one of Jane's sales. Again, this was April, so not too long ago. Another one of her sales says, hi, Gary, not been around much, but I'm staying consistent and grafting behind the scenes. I just haven't had the chance to come on the calls. We do support calls every day, guys, by the way, every single day. So that's what she's referring to. She said, I'm too busy implementing, which is amazing. Just wanted to let you know I sold another one last night, 12 hours from the viewing to completion and being paid. Also, I have 4 others under offer, so still negotiating. Thank you. By the way, she sold another 2 out of that 4 that she had under offer. Amazing. All in 1 month, right? 12 hours from the viewing to being paid. So like I said to you, these deals sell so quickly in comparison to any other deal. There's no other deal that you can do where within 12 hours you'll be paid and the deal's done. There's none. It's literally impossible. You cannot do any other type of deal that quick because there's too many factors that play towards getting the deal done. Like I said, if we're talking about, buy to lets or BNV or any other type of deal, there's going to be conveyancing, there's going to be surveys, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. With this, that investor went through the doors, and because he was ready to take the deal on, he was able to provide what we asked for, certain bits of information, get the paperwork signed, which he can do using DocuSign or any e-signature platform, make the payments, and receive the keys within 12 hours, so less than a day. Absolutely amazing, right? And by the way, that sounds crazy, right? But we actually have people who sold deals quicker. We actually have a gentleman called Harry in our group. He's the record holder. He was paid on a deal within 2 hours of sending it out to his investor list. And that was because the investor that took the deal was the same investor who had just purchased the deal from him the month before, right? This is someone that we, has been selling deals since we started working together, and he built a really good relationship with this investor. So when the deal came out, that investor knew straight away it fit his criteria. He trusted Harry. He didn't need to worry too much because he just had a really good experience with him a few weeks prior. He said, Harry, I don't want to miss the deal. I'll grab it off your hands and then we'll sort out the viewing after. And everything went nice and smooth. That was a deal done in 2 hours, a record. I've posted about it on my Facebook, and it's in the group and everywhere else as well. So these deals sell very, very quickly, guys. Everybody's still tuned in. Can everyone still see the screen? Jenny says, phenomenal results. Juliet says, amazing. Raja says, wow, awesome. And well done. Congratulations on your first rent-to-rent deal, John. I don't think he's on this call, is he? Is John on? No, he's not. But yeah, congratulations to the guys. Any other? Rajesh says, I know Charlie. He also have a very inspiring story from employee to entrepreneur, 100%. Charlie's one of my most successful mentees. One of them, definitely. Joined the program in 2021, the first year. He was one of the first guys to join as well. And in his first, I'm going to talk about it shortly, but in his first 5 months of working with me, managed to bank 40 grand. So 5 months, £40,000. Which is crazy. And we got many examples like that. We got Miriam, another one, young lady, started working with me, sold her first deal within the first couple of days of working with me, and has gone on to absolutely smash it. We've built a team for her and everything. We've got many people like that in the group that are getting those large numbers. So yeah, it is a very powerful strategy. This is another one of my clients, Nana, which you guys can see on the screen. Lovely lady called Nana. She sold many deals, but this is just another one that I'm just touching on specifically, where she sold a block deal for £10,000. Her sourcing fee was 10 grand, and then she went on to sell another block deal the month after for a similar fee. I think it was about 12 grand altogether, which was crazy, absolutely crazy. And she's also selling the small individual deals as well for 3K here and there, so making some really good money. Really proud of Nana as well. Who else have we got here? Let's keep going. Like I said, guys, we have close to 200 of these, so I could literally go on all night. Of course, I can't do that. I can't keep you for too long, but I want to show you as many as I can. The reason why I like to show them, as many as this, is just because it helps you see that it's real. I could say these people's names. I could talk about Nana and John and Charlie and all these people and just kind of talk on it. But when you show them really talking about the results they're getting, showing the money hitting their accounts, they're super excited. As you can see, every single one of them really happy. It's life changing. When I'm sure all of us on this call are aware that the average wage salary in the UK is less than 3K a month. It's about 2.5 grand per month. Most people, a lot of people aren't even making that in a month. So to be able to, like, for example, Monday, another one of the clients here, make 3 grand in a few days. This took him less than a week to do. It's crazy. This is what people are working a whole month, commuting back and forth to the city and to other places, to go to places they don't even like, to earn 3 grand. These guys are doing it from the comfort of their home, 100% remotely, right? Without putting a penny of their own money in as well. Of course, we'll go into that into more detail shortly. But that's Monday, another one of the guys. Hayden, another one of my mentees, absolutely smashing it. He joined with his partner Louise. This was another one of the weekends where they smashed it. You can see here they sold 3 deals, and we got the contracts and payment sorted over that weekend. They made £5,000 that weekend, £5,000 that weekend, as you can see. We also have Tarun, another one of my guys. This was when he made £4,000 in 4 days. So he sold 1 deal on the Friday, and then he sold another deal on, I believe it was the Monday. Yeah, it was Monday. So he sold 1 on Friday, 1 on the Monday. The one was co-sourced, so he only got 50%, which would be 1,500. And the second one was his own direct. So as I mentioned to you guys, we secure a lot of deals directly from places like Gumtree or Facebook Marketplace. We are working directly with that landlord, right? So there's no one for us to cut in on the fee. Whatever we make is ours to keep. So on that one, because this investor took 2 deals, so it's the same investor that took the 2 deals, by the way, he gave them a little bit of a discount. So rather than walking away with the 4,500 that he should have got, he got 4,000, just 4,000, which is still very good. 4 days, essentially £1,000 a day, right? So really, really good. Another one of the guys, Denise, lovely Denise. We've got a Denise on the call. We've also got a Denise in the program, and again, sold her first deal within the first 3. I think Denise was 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks of working with me. This is her first sale. I always talk about the fact that on Denise's first call with me, our first one-to-one kind of strategy call, she was actually at work. She was literally at work, had her headphones on, and we was on a Zoom call. She's kind of like, I'm not really supposed to be on this call, but I just want to hear what you've got to say. She was starting from scratch. She works in a completely different industry, so this was all new to her. So to see kind of her go from that to this, selling her first deal in the first 3 weeks, it took her 3 days to complete the sale. So as you can see here, look, 3K in the bag in 3 days. Abfab, beautiful morning, 3K in the bag. Absolutely fantastic. My first deal done and dusted in 72 hours. Amazing. You can see this is I blew up the screenshot so you can see it a bit better. But yes, the £3,000 hitting her account. DPW Property Group, that's her company. She made 3K guys from scratch. Then about a week or 2 later, she sells 2 deals in 1 weekend. Right, basically on 1 day. She actually sold both of them on a Sunday. So here is Denise again. Sunday fun day, 2 deals in 31 minutes, waiting for a bus to come. Then 2 came along at once. Never underestimate the power of your subconscious mind and the golden rule of meditation. This has helped me to attract, process, and close on these deals. In a nutshell, or should I say in 4 words, the law of attraction. I appreciate you, Gary Walker. And this is the screenshot. Hopefully you guys can see that. I did blow it up to make it a bit better, but actually the smaller one looks a bit clearer. Can everyone see that? So she got paid 2,500 sourcing fee for one of the deals and 3,000 for the other deal. But this is the same investor, guys. This is the same buyer buying both deals. So that's the reason why you're seeing that on one of them she actually got less than 3K, because she gave them a discount. Because they took the 2 deals, she said, okay, I'll give you a £500 reduction in price. Right? Amazing. 5.5 grand on a Sunday. This is somebody who, like I said to you, works a full-time job. I spoke to her while she was at work. And of course, look, I don't know everybody's ins and outs in terms of what they earn, but I would imagine, let's not even just talk about Denise specifically. I would imagine most people are not taking home 5 grand in a month after tax. Most people, right? She's just done that in a weekend, which was amazing to see. And she's still selling deals. Denise is, again, if you've been following me for a while, I post about all of these guys all the time. Denise was in Portugal a few months back, sold a deal while she was out there. Co-sourcer from her network sent her a deal. She sent it out to her list, her qualified investor list that we built. And while she was on holiday, one of the investors wanted to view. She made the arrangements while she was on holiday. She's messaging me while she's in Portugal on holiday. Gary, the investor's going to view it tomorrow. Perfect. Next thing I know, I speak to her about 2 days later. She's like, Gary, I'm at a beach club in Portugal, and I just got a message from the co-sourcer saying the investor's taking the deal and paperwork's being sorted. A day later, she gets paid, right? Whilst on holiday. Didn't even need to be in the country. Okay, so really, really powerful strategy once you know what you're doing. It's another one of my guys, the lovely Zara. Again, started from scratch. Started from scratch. Was not even involved in property. and came on board. We built her investor list. We put everything in place, laid the foundations, and she just went on to crush it. Zara's won saleswoman of the month in the program once as well. She made like 15, 20 grand that month. You can see here she sold 5 in this. Well, she sold 6 deals in this. Actually, this actually might be the month that she won as it goes. So she sold about 6 deals. You can see the £3,000 for one of the deals hitting her account. Absolutely crazy, right? We also have Nath, another one of the guys, and Rihanna. So they're a couple. And let me just read it to you. So he says another one. This is another one of their sales. Just to put it into context, these guys, similar to John, actually joined the program in December, started selling deals in January, and by February they'd already made 12 grand. By like the first or second week of February, they'd made £12,000, and they'd only joined the program at the end of December. Crazy, right? But this is another one of their sales more recently. And he says, look, another one, been grafting hard, looking for our own deals as we lost faith in co-sourcers due to a number of bad deals sent our way, inflated numbers, etc., etc. He said, I saw Gary's post about the deals in the groups and I thought I would give it a go again. I found the deal, reached out to the sourcer, done the DD, packaged the deal, sent it to the investors. Investor viewed the same day and purchased the deal from me and Rihanna. And you can see at the bottom here, the amount hitting his account. On this one, they actually got a little bit more than 3K. He got 3.5 grand, which was amazing because it was a co-source deal. So rather than just walking away with the 1,500, they walked away with, what would that have been, 1,750, if my maths are right, I think. So very, very good. Really good. And they done that in a day. They done that in a day, right? And this is, again, guys, this is the reason why I like to show, you know, them speaking, not just me posting about it, not me saying it. I want you to see real people talking about their experiences, you know, since working with us. And yeah, it's just amazing to see, to make that kind of money in a day, you know, amazing. This is Shah, another one of the guys, amazing gentleman. He said deal number 3 is done. This was his 3rd deal since joining the program. And he said, if you're looking for a deal sourcing masterclass and mentoring, I highly recommend Gary, who has over a decade of experience. You can see the 3 grand hitting his account. It was another one of his sales. He's made about 9 grand by that point since joining the program. So really, really good. So look, I think you guys get the point, right? Let me know in the chat. Does everybody get the point? Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you get the point. I think I just showed you about 10, maybe 10 or so examples, right? So about 1% of our results. And I could keep going, but I don't want to bore you. Okay, brilliant. Juliet says yes. Caleb says yes. Denise, Fred, Jenny. All right, brilliant. Okay, guys, amazing. So essentially, those guys have used what I'm going to show you today in short to get those results. Literally, I have one strategy that I teach. So it's not as though I've given these guys one way of doing things and I'm going to show you something different. I'm going to show you the exact steps, excuse me, that they've used. And hopefully by the end of the call, you'll be able to kind of go off and get started on your own. So are you ready to learn the methods that they used? Give me a yes in the chat. Give me a capital yes in the chat if you are ready to learn the methods that they use. We're going to go into great detail. I'm going to cover everything. And if you feel like you're missing anything, just stop me, guys. Just write stop if you need to. Let me know what the questions are and I'll go back and go over it. It's 20 to 9 now. So remember, I said I want to try and keep it at 2.5 hours. So I'm going to try and fly through this as quickly as I can. But of course, at the same time, not too fast because I need you to grasp it, right? Okay. Caleb says, Jenny says yes. Shiona says yes. Denise. Caleb said, are you going to send what to say to landlords and investors on school or on here? So what I'm gonna send after the call, at the end of the call, is the compliance checklist and the step-by-step guide. So the guide's gonna cover everything. It will have everything in there. Okay. All right, let's get into it. So firstly, I want to give you the kind of overview, right? We'll go into each of the steps individually in more detail, but I want to give you the overview first so you can kind of see where I'm going with it. Can everybody see the screen nice and clear? I've got a diagram up. It's kind of like I don't even know what you would call this, spider diagram, I guess. Can everybody see that? It's nice and colorful. It's got red and pink and green. It says foundations on one part and the process on another part. Everyone can see that. Brilliant. Okay, so first we're going to talk about the foundations. You guys would have remembered me mentioning it earlier when I was asking, I think, Irene and a few other people just questions based on what you were saying were your kind of like obstacles or things like that. And I spoke about foundations, right? So the foundations is what you need to lay to start generating the results that you're seeing my guys getting, right? In order for those guys to get the sales that I just showed you, they needed to lay these foundations first. There was no way they was going to get those results without laying these foundations. Again, I speak to deal sources every single day, not just the ones that I'm working with in the program. People reach out to me literally every day. And what I find is that they either don't have the foundations laid at all. So they're kind of doing what I done when I started. They're just freestyling. They're running around, trying to figure it out. No structure, no system, and no foundations. Or they do have some foundations laid, but there's things missing, right? So, for example, you know, one or two of you guys mentioned that you were speaking with or trying to secure deals, for example. So you might already have sort of a system where you're speaking with landlords and maybe you're getting good responses and you're getting deals, but you're struggling to sell them. Well, that would show me that there's part of your foundations that are missing, probably your investor list, or maybe you haven't actually pinned down the areas you're going to cover. So you're kind of, yes, you're getting deals, but the deals all over the place, right? So you're finding it difficult to actually like partner them up with someone. So these are really, really important parts of the process. You have to get the foundations right. So we'll start off. I'm going to go through each of them. I'll go through the overview first, and then as we work our way through the presentation, I'll be going over them in like more detail, right? So first things first, it's the free Facebook groups. And for me, Facebook groups are gold mines. People are always shocked when I kind of show them what can be done with these groups. Just firstly, just to put into context, all of those investors that you guys have just seen spending that money with our guys, so sending them the 3Ks, sending them the 10Ks. Well, one of them was 16 grand, one was 10 grand, 20 grand. All of this money that these people are spending, all of these people that are spending that money with the guys, they found them in these free Facebook groups. Every single buyer. So we do not use Facebook ads. We don't use YouTube ads. We're not spending money on ads at all. In fact, all right, we're not paying influencers to post our advertisements or anything like that. We're not posting in the groups and then just waiting for people to respond to us. We're actually being very proactive in our approach, but every single one of those buyers came from those groups, right? So that's something to keep in mind. Super important, right? So when it comes to the Facebook groups, the free Facebook groups, for me, and I've done the research on it, the reason why we focus on Facebook and specifically the groups is because that's where the biggest rent-to-rent community is. So if you go and look at LinkedIn or Instagram or TikTok or any of the other platforms, and you look for the rent-to-rent community, what do I mean when I say rent-to-rent community? Is there hundreds, thousands of investors actively looking for deals, expressing interest in deals? Is there hundreds, thousands of sources selling deals, trying to get deals? Is there like kind of a little ecosystem, right, going on within those platforms? When you look at all of them, there isn't, right? Just the other day, we done it live. We looked on LinkedIn because there was someone that was on the call saying, oh, LinkedIn, I'm using LinkedIn. And when I was asking, okay, what sort of results are you getting from LinkedIn? They wasn't getting any. They've no sales, they've got no clients, but they seem to think LinkedIn is where they need to put their focus. And I said, well, just look at the two different platforms, right? Look at what I'm showing you, i.e. Facebook and the Facebook groups, and look at LinkedIn. When you just look at the amount of rent-to-rent groups there are on Facebook, specifically targeted to rent-to-rent, in comparison to LinkedIn, it's ridiculous. I'm in over 200 rent-to-rent groups on Facebook, just to put that into perspective. Whereas on LinkedIn, I don't even think there's 200 groups on LinkedIn for rent to rent specifically. We're talking about, right? So very, very important to make use of those free Facebook groups. You have access to thousands of people that are all in the business actively, whether it's investors, whether it's co-sourcers, whether it's landlords that come in there and they're happy to give their property, whether it's agents, but they are all within these groups actively, right? Is everybody clear on that? Does that make sense before I keep going? Like I said, I'm going to go through each of these sections in detail shortly, but this is just the overview. So the first thing you should be doing is making sure that you're in all of the free Facebook groups, specifically the rent to rent groups. Is everybody clear on that? I'm going to show you how to find them and how to do it, but does everybody understand why I want you to be in those groups? So like I said, it's the amount of people that are in there that are specifically focused on this niche, right? But also the data, which I'm going to show you how to use. The amount of data that's in these groups. One of the rent-to-rent groups that are my favorite, that a lot of you guys might already be in, it's got like 45,000 people in it, and it's a rent-to-rent group specifically. The amount of data in that group is ridiculous. It's valuable because you're able to see what's happening in the market, right? We're gonna, the next foundation you're gonna lay, actually you're gonna use the groups to lay it, which as you can see is the high demand areas. So with the data that we can see in the groups, we can figure out which areas are in the highest demand for rent to rent investors, right? So that's going to be our next foundation. So we've got ourselves in all of the Facebook groups, the free rent to rent Facebook groups, where all of the people we're going to need to operate this business are, and also where all the data is that we're going to need to get things up and running are. Does everybody understand that? Irene said, what about Instagram? So like I said, Irene, it's for me, it's about where are the people that I need to make this work. With it, when I look at Instagram, I can't see a rent to rent community on there that I can tap into, right? And also with I mean, I know now Instagram has just started implementing the whole groups thing, but even with that, those groups are tied to specific people. So kind of like I can create a group which is like my group, right? But whereas on Facebook there are thousands of groups, rent to rent groups, that the person who created it isn't creating it based on them, right? They've just created a community where there's thousands of people interested in the same thing, and they can all hang out and sell deals and buy deals and discuss deals together, right? um so yeah, I would say look at Instagram to see what you can see. I've done the research on it. I personally don't see it there. I think the only way you're really going to get you're really going to benefit from Instagram in terms of building your deal source of business is if you're able to start like putting content out and kind of grow a following and get that reach. But that involves being good at putting out the content and knowing what to touch on. With what I'm going to show you, you don't need to do any of that. Any of that. I'm going to show you how to be able to find the people in the Facebook groups really easily and just go directly to them, rather than with Facebook where we've got to post content, hope that the right people see it, hope they reach out and come back to us. It's a reactive approach, right? I'm super big on proactive. I don't really like reactive, to be honest. Post and wait. I don't like that. I like, okay, I want to try and find 50 investors today. Okay, I can go into this Facebook group and I'll know how to navigate it. And now I've found 50 investors, potential investors, just like that, without spending a penny, without having to post anything, without having to overthink it. I can literally just find those people, reach out to them, have the convos, and then convert them into the people that are buying deals from us, like what you just saw, literally. So again, success leaves clues, guys. Like I said, not one of the people that I've worked with, right? Put me to the side for 1 second. Not one of the hundreds of people that I've worked with that are selling deals have used Instagram, LinkedIn, any other platform to find investors other than Facebook groups. Literally none of them, because it works, right? We see it work. Yeah. Okay, so let me just answer a few more questions and I'll keep going. What did I miss? Rajesh said, "Hi Gary, do you only use Facebook groups and communities?" Yep, I only use Facebook groups. Don't use LinkedIn at all. I'm not even a fan of LinkedIn, to be honest. It's just not where, like us guys. Again, for me, it's just I, don't overcomplicate it for yourself, right? The simplest way to think about it is, okay, you've got something that you need to sell. You're going to be selling rent to rent deals, for example. Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter what the product is for this example, but you've got something that you need to sell. The most logical thing to do, the smartest thing for you to do, is to go where you know loads and loads of people who buy this product or who are interested in this product are going to hang out in one place, right? Of course, you could go all over the place, to all these different locations and find each person that might be interested. But it would be way smarter to just say, okay, there's 10,000 of those people that might be interested in what I'm selling in this one room, right? We'll use room, but really we're talking about groups, right? They're all in this one room. Rather than me walking around the area trying to figure out who would buy it, just on a first interaction basis, why don't I just go to that room where they're all chilling out, start building relationships with them, build rapport, become familiar to them, gain that trust, and now I can just sell deals to them. All of those, they're all there. They're all literally right there, right? So it's use that same analogy for your deal sourcing business and Facebook groups. All the investors that you're going to find or that you need to find are going to be in these groups. They're all hanging out in these groups. Why? Because these groups are based on the type of property investment that they're actively trying to get involved in, or in a lot of cases are already involved in. They have portfolios, etc. So that's where we need to be. We need to be where our buyers are hanging out. Yeah. Okay. I hope that makes sense. Jenny says, okay, responding to Rajesh. Rajesh says, I do actually personally prefer Facebook over. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to for business anyway, for what we're doing, Facebook is the go-to 100%. I mean, there are the other platforms are good for me personally, more on a family and friends kind of thing, unless you're building like a personal brand or something like that. But if we're talking about just getting down to business with what we're doing, you can't beat Facebook. It's and again, this is not me just saying it. This is we really have done the research. We're really paying attention, and keeping tabs on where our results are coming from. And honestly, I'm not seeing any serious buyers coming from anywhere other than Facebook, and that's been for the past 4 or 5 years. So okay, let's keep going because I don't want to keep you guys too behind too much. One more question from Juliet. Do you join the Facebook groups as an individual or in the name of your company? As an individual. Good question, Juliet. I'm going to cover that, but that's a good question. Yes, you do. You're going to join it from your profile page, straight from your personal page. Yeah. Okay. So quick rewind. Foundations. The first foundation is free Facebook groups. I need you guys to be in those groups so you have access to all the people that you need and all the data that you need. Is everybody clear on that? Facebook groups as the first foundation. Just give me a yes if that makes sense. Specifically rent to rent groups, guys, because there's millions of Facebook groups in general. There's probably thousands of property groups in general. But for this to really work the way I'm going to show you and for you to be able to navigate it in a way that's going to be nice and smooth and not too difficult, you need to be in those niche specific Facebook groups, which is rent to rent. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Okay. Irene says, yes, brilliant. Rajesh, yes. Simo, Denise, good. Okay. And then the second foundation was high demand areas, which we'll talk about in a second. Let me just answer Rod. So Rod says, so you don't use the deals and pay the landlord and fill the rooms with your own tenants, capitalizing on the monthly income and create. No. We sell those deals to the investors. So we are not taking these deals on ourselves. We're not putting the money down. We're not signing the agreement, the lease agreement, which is like the final agreement you need to sign with the landlord. We're not doing any of that. We are taking zero risk, right? Don't get me wrong though, Rod. We're using the money that we're making from selling these deals to take on our own units as well, of course. That's something separate. You're growing your own portfolio too. But in terms of your bread and butter, being able to make large sums of money and kind of like grow your capital to start taking on these units yourself, we're using deal sourcing. So we're finding the deals, packaging them, and selling them to investors that are going to do what you just said. So they take on that risk and they take on the responsibility for filling the rooms and paying the landlord, etc. We're just paid for being the middleman, connecting the two, essentially. Does that make sense, Rod? Just give me a yes. Hope that answers your question. Perfect. Brilliant. Okay. So free Facebook groups. The next step is high demand areas. Now, this is another one where I see a lot of people go wrong, right? What I find is a lot of people cover areas that they live in. That's how they make the decision on where they're going to cover. Either they live there or they live close to it. I went to school there. My girlfriend lives there. My boyfriend lives there. Like, they're basing it on everything other than what's really important, and that is demand. As you can see here, it's high demand areas, not just areas. We want areas where we can already see there's investors actively looking for deals there. A lot of investors looking for deals there, right? So that's something I'm going to walk through with you guys shortly as well, how to do that, how to figure that out. But essentially, when I spoke about having access to that valuable data in the Facebook group, this is like one of them. This is one of the bits of data you have, because you can use the engagement that you can see in the groups to decide which areas you're going to go with. All right. We pick 3 areas maximum. So I suggest 3 as a top end. Do not try and do 5, 6, 7, 10 areas. You're just going to overwhelm yourself, burn yourself out. It's just like what I was advising to the gentleman earlier who said, I think London, Manchester, Birmingham, and then Bristol as well. And I'm like, don't add Bristol. You don't need to, especially with 3 hot areas like London, Manchester, and Birmingham. You don't need a 4th area to make it even more work. Just focus on those. You can do more than enough there. Also, I have a lot of clients that are crushing it in one area, literally. So we have a lot of people that are just selling in London and they're selling a deal a week. Got people that are just selling in Birmingham, same thing. Just selling in Manchester, just selling in Coventry, etc., etc. So you don't necessarily have to go with 3 areas. You can just have 1 or 2. But I would say 3 is the max. Don't go above that, especially to start off with. Maybe when you start bringing on a team like some of my guys have, then you can add more areas. But I think when you're doing it on your own to begin with, 3 maximum. And, if you can start off with just the 1 area, even better. Yeah. So 3 Facebook groups, high demand areas, and we're going to use the data in the groups to figure out which of those areas we're going to go with. Right. Don't worry about the logistics. It does not matter how far or close to where you live these deals are. We are not visiting these properties, by the way. So we're doing this 100% remotely. The investors are going to view the properties themselves. We'll get to that in a second. But so you don't need to worry about the distance from where you live. Pick based on demand strictly. Yeah. Does that make sense? Everyone give me a yes if that makes sense. Rajesh says yes. Brilliant. Irene, Juliet, Fredge, Denise, good. Vin, Hugh, amazing. Simo, okay, good. Brilliant. Okay. So 3 Facebook groups. By the way, guys, just to rewind, this needs to be done in order. So you're starting with 3 Facebook groups. Get yourself in as many of those groups as you can. As I said, I'm in 200 plus now, specifically rent to rent. And there's more being created every single day, which is crazy, right? So 3 Facebook groups, then high demand areas. Okay. And then the next step is the qualified investor list. This is the backbone of your deal sourcing business. You have to get this right. So many people get it wrong. And to me, that's the reason why they're struggling in a lot of cases, right? So in terms of the qualified investor list, we find all of our buyers in the 3 Facebook groups, right? There's thousands and thousands of buyers in those groups, guys. People are always shocked when I start to kind of like go through how we navigate the groups, and then they start doing it themselves and realizing, wow, I didn't even realize. Someone literally said to me the other day, I didn't even realize there were that many people buying rent to rent deals or investing in rent to rent deals. And I'm like, yeah, thousands of them, loads, right? So we want to build our qualified investor list. We're going to use the 3 Facebook groups to do that again. All right, I'll walk you through those steps shortly. So now we've got our list built. We want to go on to building our network. Okay, has to be done in order, guys. There's no point in you speaking to landlords straight away or speaking to agents straight away, getting deals, but you don't have anyone to sell them to. So get the list right first. Make sure you're operating in the areas where there's demand. Build the list there. Then we build a network of co-sourcers first, right? So that kind of goes back to I can't remember who it was earlier that mentioned about struggling to speak with letting agents, but they hadn't built their list or anything else yet. This is very important. You don't speak to the agents first, you speak to the co-sourcers first. Why? Because, well, let me just use a real-time example, right? So SEMO, let's say SEMO has just started. You've built your investor list now using the steps I show you. You've got a solid list. They're actively looking for deals. They're actually even chasing you. Where's the deals? Now you're thinking, do I start speaking with landlords directly, or do I go to agents, or do I go to co-sourcers? Well, if I'm a co-sourcer and I'm already actively securing deals in the same area as you, then it makes more sense for you to work with me before you speak to anyone else. Reason being, I've already spoken to that landlord. I've already got the yes. I've already gone back and forth, done my checks, done the due diligence. The deal is secured. It's packaged. It just needs to be put in front of the right buyers, which is what you're going to do, right? You're not going to have to speak to that landlord. You're not going to have to renegotiate, do anything. You just present that opportunity to your investor list. And if they're interested, you get them through the doors. They buy the deal, we split the fee 50-50, for example, if it's co-sourced with whoever's deal it is, right? That's the quickest way that you will sell your first deal over any other route, right? So that's the first thing you're going to do in terms of network. Build your co-sourcing network. So everybody clear on that? Just give me a yes if that makes sense. Simo says yes, understood. Brilliant. Rajesh, Juliet, Irene says no. Okay. What part don't you understand, Irene? Just let me know. Just let me know in the chat. In fact, what I'm going to do, Irene, is I'm going to bring you on the call. Can you speak, Irene? If you can speak, let me know and I'll take you off mute quickly just to explain this and then I'll pop you back on. Just give me a yes if you can speak. Everybody else says yes, they understand. All right, let me just quickly get Irene on. It's good to have these conversations because I'm pretty sure there might be other people listening as well who might not fully understand what I'm talking about. So just come off mute, Irene.
Hey, good evening,
Yeah.
everyone.
Hi, Irene. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Okay, what part about you can you still see my screen, yeah?
Yes, it's just
What
about the co-sourcing. If you could explain
yeah.
that a bit, please.
Yeah, what part when you say you don't understand, what part is it that you don't understand? Just explain to me.
Um, I don't understand. Get the um look at all these rent to rent Facebook pages, high demand area, or everything's understood. But like the co-sourcing, how do
Yeah.
we do that? Do we just message them or just pop message on the Facebook pages and
Ah,
wait for
don't
people to get back to us?
you're going too fast, Irene. You're leaving me. Right? We're gonna because remember, I'm just showing you the overview, then I'm gonna show you the actual steps of how to do these things. So don't
Okay.
worry, I'm gonna show you how to do that. I thought you meant you didn't understand. So you understand what a co-sourcer is, though.
Yeah, I do.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So that's all you need to know. So what I'm saying is, what before I put you back off mute. So you get yourself in the free Facebook groups. Very
Yeah.
important because you need to have access to all the people and all the data. When I talk
Mm-hmm.
about the data, I'm talking about information that you can use to figure out which areas are in the most demand, which is the
Mm-hmm.
next step. So you pick your areas. And then when I'm talking about the people, I'm talking about, for example, the investors, because there's thousands of investors in those groups. So you
Mm-hmm.
use those groups to build your list, which is the next step. And then after you've built your list, now you've got 10, 15, 20 investors on your list looking in, let's say London, for example, if you pick London, right?
Mm.
You need deals.
Yeah.
You need deals as quickly as possible whilst you work on getting more deals. The
Mm-hmm.
quickest way that you'll do it is by working with the co-sourcers. And the
Okay.
co-sourcers are the same as you. They're
Mm-hmm.
people who are also getting these deals, trying to sell them. The only difference is they probably haven't spent the time building an investor list. They're just
Investors
getting the
list.
deals. Yeah. So they're struggling to sell the deals because they don't have the buyers, but you have the buyers. So that's the
Yeah.
value that you bring to the table. When you guys work together, now you can sell that deal split the fee down the middle. If it's £3,000, both walk
Mm-hmm.
away with 1,500 each, and that's the co-source deal. That's what I mean. So that's like the
Okay.
deal. So, do you see what I mean now?
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. I'll if anything, just keep writing in the chat, right? So if we need to stop and go over it again, no problem. I don't mind.
I will. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. Okay, guys. So let me make sure I'm not missing any other questions before we keep going. Fred said, "How do you know a co-sourcer is serious?" Good question. I'll be honest with you. The only way you're really gonna know if a co-sourcer is serious is by working with them or attempting to work with them. Being honest with you, because look, I can give you. We do have sort of a checklist that we go through when we're working with sources. You know, finding out about compliance, etc., etc. How they secure their deals? Do they have heads of terms? You know, there's questions we go through, certain things that we look for. But I mean, even then, a co-sourcer could answer all of your questions perfectly. They could be fully compliant. They could be doing everything the right way, securing the deals the right way, etc., etc. But guess what? If they don't know how to communicate well, then all of that other stuff doesn't even matter. And you only really find that out when you're trying to work with them. So yeah, to answer your question, I think that's the only time you really find out if a co-source is serious or not. Now, my whole thing is I wouldn't really worry about that up front. You want to worry more about the numbers, right? There's so many co-sources operating in the areas that you're going to be working in that you want to be in close proximity to as many of them as possible and then sort of filter through who's serious and who's not. Yeah, you kind of filter through after, but initially you don't want to be looking from the outside trying to figure out who's serious and who's not, because you'll just limit yourself. Because you'll look at someone and be like, he doesn't look serious from the outside, but he might be really serious. He might be one of the best sources that you've ever come across. So you got to work with them. You got to give them the opportunity first, give people the benefit of the doubt, and then now you'll get a true feel for how serious they are when you're trying to actually start doing some deals. And then, of course, if they're not good at communicating, if they're not doing the deals the way they should be, then you can stop working with them, you know. But initially, you need to build your network. You know what they say, your network's your net worth, right? So the more people you have in your network, the more chance you have of getting some deals done. Does that make sense? I hope that answers your question, Fred. Let me know. Natasha said, "Can you ask them for proof of compliance?" Of course, yeah. You can ask them for anything. You can ask them for whatever you want, because at the end of the day, it's you're the boss of your business, and if you want to see proof of compliance to give yourself peace of mind, then yeah, you ask for that. There isn't really a right or wrong answer for what you can and can't ask them, to be honest. You know. So yeah, to answer your question, you can ask them that. Rajesh says, "Do you charge a sourcing fee? Sorry, do you charge a sourcing?" Do you charge a sourcing? I'm assuming you're going to say sourcing fee. Do you charge a sourcing fee, uh, rent to rent property deal up front to the investor, or only when they? Okay, you're asking if we charge them the fee up front. Do we get paid up front? No, we don't. I know a lot of deal sources do take the money up front. I don't really see the point in that, to be honest. There's a lot of pitfalls with that, in my opinion and in my experience. Um, because if you take the fee up front, let's say for example you send that deal out to your list and someone's interested and they say, okay, I want to take it immediately, and they put a fee down. You can't show that deal to anybody else now. That's it. You have to almost hope and pray that that person definitely takes the deal, because the problem is now, because you've taken the money, if they don't take it, let's say they mess you around for a week or two and then they pull out of the deal. Now you could have potentially missed out on all those other people who were interested that you couldn't get through the doors because you took the money up front. So we never take the money up front, and that just gives us flexibility. It allows us to make sure that we have the right buyer through the door before we start, committing to that person. And because you don't take any money up front, we're not obligated to hold a deal for anyone. So that's, as I mentioned to you guys earlier, when we have interest on our deals, we're sending multiple investors through the doors, which is why we're able to sell these deals so quick. We're not just dependent on one or two people. We're sending multiple through the doors, and that's because we're not taking money up front. Also, we're selling rent-to-rent deals, as you guys have seen, 12 hours, 2 hours, couple of days, a week. These deals happen really, really quickly. So it just, for me, it doesn't make sense to even take the money up front. It's just not needed. So yeah, I hope that answers your question. And also, just to rewind a little bit as well, there's just so many horror stories about people taking money up front from investors and disappearing with the money. And there's this whole ethical conversation about taking money up front, whether it's the right thing to do or not. And yeah, I would rather stay away from that issue. One thing I'm really proud of is that since 2011, I've kept my name clean. I've never had any issues with investors, refunds, or I paid Gary and I wasn't happy, or because the only time they pay us is when they're happy, right? And that works better for us because, like I said, it gives us that flexibility. We'll just focus on getting the traffic through the doors. And then when the right investor's interested and they provide what we ask them to provide, then we can commit to them and get the deal sold quickly. And actually, you find that when you operate that way, it gives the investors peace of mind as well, because they know you don't want anything up front, and they know the only way you're going to get paid is if they're happy with the deal. So, we're kind of like on mutual ground. So yeah, that's just the way we operate. That's not to say there's any right or wrong way of doing it, but just in my experience and with all of my guys, but again, all the guys that I just showed you, which is like scratching the surface of the results we've got, but all of those ones I showed you, none of them took any money up front. Those fees that you saw hitting their bank accounts, you saw it was the full fee, full £3,000 or however much it was. You saw it was paid to them in full there and then. That's because they got paid when the deal was done. The contract was actually signed, right? I could literally talk about the whole not taking money up front topic for ages. Believe me, it's something that I've spoken about a lot. But yeah, just in my opinion, it's just more hassle than it's worth. Being honest with you, if you take that money before the final contract is signed, you're in limbo. It's not your money. Although it's hit your account, you can't. It's not essentially yours until the deal is actually complete. Prior to that, that investor could say, "I've changed my mind. I want a refund," and you have to give them the money back because the contracts are not signed, the deal's not done. Whereas the way we do it, we only request the money when the contracts are signed and the deal's done, because once the contracts are signed by both parties, that money is actually owed to us now. So we're in a different position. Someone who's taken the money up front before contracts are signed and the deal's done, they're in limbo. That money could have to be sent back at some point. Whereas we know when we're invoicing people, there's no like uncertainty about it. The deal's done now. The legally binding contract has been signed by both parties who have looked over it, are happy with it. That money is actually owed to us, due to us now. So it puts you in a stronger position. Does that make sense? Just give me a yes in the chat if that makes sense, guys. Okay, where are we? Who else do we have? Good question though, Rajesh. Caleb said I have to. Okay, no worries, Caleb. Rajesh. I'm gonna go through how to find the co-sources shortly. Don't worry. Do any rent-to-rent property deals fall through? Say, for instance, the landlord changes. Of course, come on, of course they do. That nothing. There's no business where you've got 100% success rate. Not a business on earth. So I would be lying if I said to you that every single deal goes through. But what I will say to you is, just going back to what I was just touching on, the way that we do things means that the landlord. I mean, prior to the agreement being signed, yes, the landlord could change their mind. The investor could change their mind. But once that agreement has been signed, once that final lease agreement has been signed, they can't change their mind. And if they do want to change their mind, that's now a conversation between them and the other party, because they've signed the legally binding agreement contract. We're no longer involved. Our job's done. We found the deal. The investor was happy with it. They've signed the contract. They've taken it. We're out of the picture now because we don't get involved in the management side of things or anything. So essentially, if they pulled out, if they decided after both signing the contracts and everything's done and dusted, unless it was to do with, I don't know, information that we gave them was incorrect, which means now they've lost the deal. That's different. Of course, you'd have to pay them back. But if we're just talking about them deciding, oh, I've just changed my mind for no reason, if the contracts have been signed, that's now a conversation between them and the landlord, or the landlord and them, depending on who's changed their mind. And then there's ways that they can go about it. If they want to, give notice and agree to go their separate ways, that's between them. But again, honestly, I've never seen that happen, by the way. once the contracts are signed, that's it. Because nobody signs the contracts unless they've read through it, they're happy with it, and they know what they're doing. So yeah, you don't really see that happen. But I would be lying if I said prior to the contracts being signed, there isn't, every now and then there might be a landlord or investor that changes their mind. It happens, definitely happens. Rod said, "Do you hope that answers your question, Rajesh? Just let me know." And Rod said, "Don't you need to have a client account then? Or as you said, I read they signed a disclaimer, acknowledgement, legally bound." As you said, we don't need to have a client account because we don't hold any funds. You need a client account if you're taking funds up front. So if you're taking a reservation fee, for example, and holding it, or if you're taking the fee prior to the deal being done and you're just holding it on account, you need a client account. But we don't hold funds. We only receive our money, right? So we're invoicing once the contracts are signed by both parties, and now the sourcing fee is due. So when we're paid our sourcing fee, that just gets paid to our business bank account. Doesn't need to go into a client account. That's only for if you're holding funds prior to the deal being complete, which we don't do. Yeah, we try and stay away from. Okay, does that make sense? Guys, let me know. We'll keep going. Irene says yes. Rajesh. Rod says cool. Yeah, good. Denise, yes. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's quickly go back. So we was at co-sourcers, wasn't we? So co-sourcers, agents. So again, quick rewind. Qualified investor list has been built. So now we've got buyers in the areas that you've chosen. Now you need deals, so you build your co-sourcer network first, and now you've got co-sourcers sending you deals that are already packaged, ready to be sold. That's the quickest way. Then the next step is building your network of agents, letting agents. Again, very valuable relationships if you get them right. You have to remember, agents are actively advertising for landlords, right? They're putting money into ads to attract landlords, take on more properties, rental properties. Also, local agents have landlords walking into their office and just chucking keys at them all the time, right? So having relationships with the agents in the areas that you're covering, very valuable, very important. Just by doing that right and staying in contact with them, you will secure deals, multiple deals per month. So that's the network. Is everybody clear on the network? Just give me a yes if you're clear on the network. So it's Facebook groups, high demand areas, qualified investor list, and then your network. Your network is going to start the process of you receiving deals, putting deals out to your list, generating interest, and selling deals, getting those first couple of sales usually. Okay, good. All right. So after we've built our network, the next step is to our final foundation is the motivated landlords and developers. So you saw Nana. Who else did we have that was selling block deals? Nana, and I mean a lot of guys have sold block deals, but Nana was one of the examples I showed you. Jane, yeah, forgot Jane. And there's a few others. I can't remember all of them, but those guys got those deals from developers, right? You saw where they was getting the 10 grand sourcing fees, 16 grand sourcing fees for one deal. Those are deals they got from developers. So we talk about that. Very apologies. Very similar approach, well, exact same approach to be honest, as how we're getting our deals directly from landlords. We're speaking to people on Gumtree. We're speaking to people on all the classified websites, Facebook Marketplace, Pre-Loved, The Loot, you name it. So I'm going to talk about that in a bit more detail. But essentially, that's your final foundation. So now, if we look back over each of those foundations, it should all start to make sense, and you should start to kind of see the domino effect, right? So you've got yourself into the groups, so now you have access to everyone, and you have access to all the data. That data helps you pick your areas, right? Those groups help you build your investor list and your network, right? You're able to build your network of co-sourcers and agents. Also, you're able to start securing deals directly from motivated landlords and developers and put all of those pieces of the puzzle together. I think I'm going to go through each of the steps in a second. I'll do the process and then I'll walk you through how to lay each of those foundations. Does that make sense? Is everybody clear on that? Just give me a yes if that makes sense. Juliet says, where do you get the list of co-sources? I'm going to go through that with you, Juliet. you're getting them from Facebook, but I'm gonna walk through each of these foundations because I've basically broken down how you do each of them. So this is the overview. I'm kind of showing you how it should all kind of come together. And then I'm going to show you the steps to actually make it happen. So how to find the Facebook groups, how to pick your areas, how to find the investors, what to say to them, etc. Okay. All right, brilliant. So let's quickly just run over the process. So once you've laid all of your foundations, now you have investors actively looking for deals. So the first thing we do is we start getting deals from the network. So let's say a co-sourcer, one of our co-sourcers in the network sends us a property, or one of the agents, to be honest, a co-sourcer or agent. We want to do our DD, we want to do our due diligence, make sure the numbers make sense. If they do and we're happy with it, we want to, if we're getting it from an agent, we want to get our heads of terms signed, either by them or the landlord. So your heads of terms is the agreement that you use to secure the deal formally, essentially. So rather than just having a verbal conversation with the landlord or the agent about a company taking the property on, doing the rent to rent, you actually have something in writing, right? So we get our heads of terms signed, and essentially that's the deal secured, right? We've done our DD, we've made sure the numbers make sense, we've done whatever checks we need to do, and we've got our heads of terms signed. So now, as you can see here, the deal is secured. Let's just, before I carry on going with that, let's just look at the deals being secured via landlord as well. So let's say we've got a landlord deal we've got from Gumtree, for example, and we've got a development deal. We've got, again, we might have found that developer on Gumtree. So the property comes in, again, we do our DD. So we're looking at the numbers, making sure these deals stack up. We're giving them the proposal, right? And you probably notice there's a little difference here. There's a proposal here, but not one here. Well, with this part of the process, because the deals come from a co-sourcer, there's no proposal to give. The deal's already secured. It's ready to go, right? If it's come from an agent, then yes, you may need to put a proposal that they will present to the landlord, right? But mainly when you're dealing directly with the landlords, that's when you're going to be handling the proposals, going back and forth. And if they're happy with it and ready to go, then we get the heads of terms signed, same as before, right? So that's to secure the deal formally. We've got it in black and white. The landlord's clear on what we're proposing. There's no misunderstanding. There's no miscommunication. There's no them thinking that we are the investor or whatever it is. Because I've heard so many different stories about, landlords thinking one thing's happening and the deal sourcer agreeing something completely different, right? So we make sure that everything's clear and it's in writing and we get that signed. Okay, everyone clear on that? Give me a yes if that makes sense. That's how we're going to get the deals. So network, landlords, developers, co-sourcers, agents. Brilliant. Rajesh says, can you bypass the co-sourcers and go direct to landlord or developer? Yeah, you can, but it's just a longer process, in my opinion, especially when you're just starting out. Because most people who are just starting, they have to kind of find their feet with speaking with the landlords, right? Whereas, like I said to you, with a co-source deal, it's easy because let's say you've connected with me, Rajesh, and added me to your network. If you've already built your investor list and you genuinely have a list ready to go that are looking for deals, and I'm a co-sourcer who hasn't put that time and effort into a list, but I've got deals, it's a match made in heaven. Because you can just take my deals, have a quick look at them, make sure that they make sense. If you're happy with them, fire them out to your list and sell them. Whereas if you're going to bypass the co-sources and go straight to speaking to landlords and developers, you're going to have to speak to a lot of landlords and developers to get to the yes. And, essentially you have to deal with those deals on a case-by-case basis. Whereas if you strike a good relationship with, I don't know, 5 good deal sources, for example, each of those sources could send you multiple deals per month. So now you've gone from securing one deal at a time yourself from the landlords or the developers to getting 10 deals sent to you in one go. Do you see the difference, right? So I would say go with the co-sources first. Just basically follow what I'm showing you here. This is tried and tested, guys. People, some of you guys have asked about different platforms, and like everything I'm showing you here is tried and tested. This is based on hundreds and hundreds of people following this step by step and getting results. They didn't deviate and do it a different way. They followed it in this order and done it this way. So yeah, I would say, of course, you can bypass it, but I would say it would be easier for you to start with the network first. That answer your question, Rajesh? I hope it does. Okay, so we've secured the deals. So now we're going to put the deals in front of the list. So we send our deals out either via WhatsApp, text, or email. You can decide whichever. To be honest, WhatsApp gets the best open rate. I think everybody knows that now in 2025. But for me, what's more important than just sending the deals out in writing is actually the follow-up calls, right? So as you can see here, we send the deals out to the qualified investor list, and then we'll do follow-up calls. The follow-up calls are only going to be to the people who don't respond, of course. And being completely honest with you, most people won't respond, because when you've got a list of serious investors, they're busy people in a lot of cases. So they may not even see your message, or if they do, they're too busy to respond, whatever the situation is. But what we found, or what I found, and what the guys have found, is that if someone doesn't respond, you cannot assume that they're not interested or they're not serious. It could just be genuinely they didn't see it. And actually, you guys would be gobsmacked if I showed you all the replays from me doing follow-up calls for the guys and hearing near enough every investor say, "I'm so sorry, Gary, I didn't even see that message. I'm so sorry, Gary, I saw it, but I didn't open it. I was so busy. I got distracted," whatever the situation is. And now I've got them on the phone and they're interested in the deal. They don't know me, by the way. This isn't about me. This is just the fact that they wasn't even aware that those opportunities that you sent them were even available. So getting them on the phone, you're killing multiple birds with one stone. One, you're now able to point their attention to the deal. So I'm letting you know the deal's available now. We can discuss the deal. I can answer your questions if you have any, tackle any objections if you have any. Also find out when you're free to come and view it if you're interested. I can do all of that on the phone, right? So that the follow-up calls are super important. So that's what we do. Everyone clear on that? Does that make sense in terms of the follow-up? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Rajesh said the money is in the follow-up. 100% Rajesh. Again, you guys wouldn't believe how many more deals we've sold just by picking up the phone. And by the way, look, when you do these follow-up call sessions, they're very quick because, of course, not everybody is going to answer the phone, right? But we don't need everyone to answer the phone. We only need the people who are going to be interested in the deal to answer the phone, essentially. So these are very quick follow-up calls. We're just making sure that they've seen the deal, answering their questions, getting them booked in for reviewing, etc. Right? Super important. Everyone's clear on that. Irene says yes. Denise, Juliet, Frage, brilliant. Vin says every time one signs an NDA, one has to pay £500. So sign with, say, 5 sources would cost. Vin, you've lost me. I have no idea what you mean. Why? Explain what you mean. Every time someone signs an NDA, they have to pay £500. Just I have no idea what you mean. You're gonna have to explain that, Vin, because that's not the way that we do it, and I don't think that's the way. I mean, of course, there are some deal sources who try and take money up front, of course, but again, that goes back to what I was saying. It's, that's not the right way to do it. And look, and what you just said is a prime example of people not doing it ethically, because if someone has signed an NDA and you've taken £500 from them, you should not be getting 5 more people to sign NDAs for the same property and also take £500 from them either. It just doesn't make sense, and it's not ethical because you can't sell that one deal to 5 different people. So yeah, we just don't do it. We don't operate that way. So I think that's what you're asking. Just let me know in the chat if you are. Simo says get him on. Yeah, let's get Vin, are you free? Can you come on the chat very quickly and then we'll keep going? Are you free, Vin? I'll get you off mute if you're free. Just to make sure I've got it right what you're asking. Okay. Let me answer some more questions as well very quickly and then I'll get Vin on. Rajesh says NDA, non-disclosure agreement. Yeah, that's what it stands for. Rajesh says, are the rent-to-rent contracts watertight? Yes, they are. Yes, they are. We've hundreds of people have used them now. We've never ever had an issue. So yeah, they are watertight. Rod said, if you have an investor interested and you show them the property, what stops them setting up their own deal prior to signing heads of terms on the deal? They sign your NDA. So this is literally where we're at right now on here, Rod. So if you look, so remember I spoke about the follow-up calls, and if they're interested, we book them into view, find out when they're free, etc. If they want to view, they have to sign our NDA. Okay, so before they can get the address, before they can get any information that they could use to go around us, they have to sign our NDA. Yeah, so the NDA is what's going to protect you. Now, look, people sometimes ask, well, can they still cut me out if they sign the NDA? Yes, of course they can, because we can't physically stop anybody from doing untoward things, can we? We can't physically stop someone from stealing from us or physically stop someone from being shady. As we know, we're dealing with human beings. But when somebody signs an NDA or any legally binding document, usually, not always, but usually they're gonna stick to what they've agreed to. And me personally, I've never ever had an issue where somebody's tried to cut me out of a deal, ever, in my 14 years. And all of the guys, I think out of the hundreds of people I've helped start selling deals, maybe one or two have been cut out. And guess what happened? They didn't get the investor to sign their NDA before they booked them in for the viewing and gave them the information. Literally. So that was their own fault. They didn't follow the process. They didn't stick to the steps, as you can see here, right? So we're sending out brief details about these deals to our lists, just enough to get them interested, and enough for, if they do want to view, they will respond and ask questions and get more information. Or if they haven't seen the deal, like I said, we follow up, we get them on a call, and they're interested, they sign our NDA, and then we can get them booked in. Also, on that point, because Rod did bring up a good point, if the deal has come from a co-sourcer, the co-sourcer also needs to sign our NDA. We've got a co-sourcing NDA so there's two separate. One your investor signs, one your co-sourcer signs. That's also to make sure that the co-sourcer doesn't steal our client. So you're actually getting, you're covered on both sides. That the investor is signing your NDA and your co-sourcer is signing it as well. So you're watertight, right? And like I said, honestly, we've never had any issues. And on the one or two occasions where people have had issues, it was because they did not get their paperwork signed. They rushed the process, and of course, one or two people took advantage of that. But when you're getting these things signed, people usually understand that if they don't pay you the fee, if they take the deal, they don't pay you, you could pursue them legally, and it's more hassle for them than it's worth. So people usually play ball. Okay, let me get Vin on. Vin, if you just want to come off mute.
Can you hear me?
Hi, Vin. You okay?
Yeah, my friend, no problem at all.
Good. Okay, so you was talking about the £500 for each.
Yeah, let me explain. Okay, let me explain. I mean, some of the deal sources, they don't put a full postcode on their deals. So for due diligence of working out the figures, right? The postcode they give you only the first two, three letters or whatever is a big area. So when you work it out, when you ask them that, they say sign up the NDA, I said fine. But when they're saying £500 non-refundable until you, I mean, you can take the money for the second deal or third deal, whatever, right? Is there for going, but they don't refund you back. If I say, for example, I said I don't want to deal with them, and they say we cannot refund until you buy some deal from us.
Yeah, those.
If I end up selling 5 people, that's £2,500 gone.
Yeah, those are the unethical deal sources that I'm talking about. That's
okay,
that's.
now I'm talking about the big ones as well. I mean, there's a one group of nearly 1,200 investors in there as well, but he's asking minimum of £500, right? Because that's serious, right? But I said I can't, because if I don't like your deal, doesn't mean that my money should sit with you for 6 months until I get the deal from you.
But hang on 1 second, Vin.
Yeah,
Are we
sorry.
talking? Are we talking about you being a deal sourcer, or you taking on the deals yourself?
No, deal taking from the Sosa.
Yeah, you're talking about something different, Vin. We're
No,
talking about
and that's why I'm in here to do myself into the game. But
right. I get
before
you.
I was buying, I was
Yeah.
right, and then that was the question all the time. So even if we're looking at your chart,
Right.
right, when we were talking about network of deal sources, right, and we're buying deal from them, or we co-sourcing with them, right. But the public who's buying from us, or the investors who are buying from us, right,
Yep.
we cannot give them full details of a postcode or something. So they'll say, how can I work out the figures? My due diligence. So
But
for
you're
that,
based.
yeah,
You're you're basing how many co-sources have you dealt with that on? How many sources?
I haven't done any courses. I've gone to straight to the dealer themselves.
No, that's what I mean. So I'm saying the deal sourcer,
Yeah,
the deal sources that you're talking about that have said to you for every NDA that's signed,
mm,
£500 needs to be paid. How
yeah,
many of them have said that to you?
about 7 of them.
7. Okay, fair enough. 7, right?
Yeah,
Now put this into perspective.
yeah,
Inside the biggest rent-to-rent group, there's probably bigger ones, but
yeah,
from my mind,
yeah.
there are 45,000 people.
Yeah, there are plenty to find, but it's just because this was getting a bit popular, and I looked at them and found out they're okay, right? The company was registered as well in a company house. I said, okay, they're genuine. So when they're sending me the source deals, they only give me a postcode. So I said, I want to work my DD, the due diligence, right, to
Yeah,
the right figures, right, so I can check the rents over the area,
of
the
course. Yeah,
crime and
of
everything.
course.
So when I asked them the full postcode, they said you have to sign the NDA, right?
Right.
And because I can't trust your figures, so they say, yeah, you can sign the NDA. We'll send you
Yeah.
all the details, but it'll
Yeah.
cost you £500. I mean, that was the cheapest one. Some of them were asking me 1,000 as well. So then I said, fine. If I don't like the deal, is my money back straight away? Because no, it stays there.
Yeah. But this is my point. My point is we don't operate that way.
Yeah, I know you don't, but I'm just giving an example, right? That if I go through your system and I find a deal sourcer, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and he's gonna say to me, he's the deal, this the figures, right? And I'll tell him I want to check myself the DD of it.
Yeah.
I said, can I have the full postcode? He'll say, no, I
Correct.
can't give you a full cost. You might go do it yourself, right, to the landlord or something like that. So you
Yeah.
have to sign the NDA. I said, That's no problem. Sign the NDA. I won't give it to nobody else. And because you already got the landlord in your hand, so you won't be able to, somebody else will not be able to go in there. So then why
But
you
Vin,
want deposit? He goes, no, just in case that you end up passing to your friend, right?
Vin, 1 second,
Yeah.
Vin, 1 second.
Yeah.
And not to cut you. I don't want to
Sure,
cut
sure,
you.
sure.
I
Yeah, yeah.
just
Please,
obviously
please
because
do
we've
that.
got other people on the call, and I don't want
Yeah,
to
yeah,
take too long.
yeah.
The main point is, so just to cut it short,
Sure. Yeah.
your point is,
Mm.
how are we going to get deals from other deal sources if they are charging £500 per deal to get?
Okay. Exactly.
One
Yeah.
second,
Go.
one sec. Let me just break it down. Then you can tell me if I'm right.
Brilliant.
You're saying how are we going to work with them if
Hmm.
they are saying to get an NDA signed you need to pay £500, right? That's
Yeah.
what you're asking me.
Basically.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
what you're asking me,
Yep.
correct?
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
My response to you is we don't work that way,
Okay.
and also there are thousands of co-sources. You are talking about 7 people.
Mm.
So if those people don't
Mm.
operate the way that you operate, you just
Mm.
work with other people. That's it. There's so many more people to work with. Like even the fact that you said there's 7, right? I mean,
Mm.
within our free school group, there's 1,000 people. 1,000.
Okay.
Out of those 1,000, I'm pretty sure you could find a handful of people that
Mm.
communicate well, are operating in the same areas as you, and
Mm.
they don't take money up front.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying to you. The reason why I'm saying it, I'm
Mm.
not to cut you short and kind of like
No,
go off
no,
what
no.
you're saying. It's more just to say to you, don't worry about those people. They're doing it wrong. They're being unethical. They're taking £500 from every person who wants to view the property. They're in a different business from us. They're trying to scam people and do it the wrong way. We're
Mm.
in the business of actually selling the deals. So it's
Yeah.
completely different approach,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
if you came to me right after this call and you said, Gary, okay, look, help point me in the right direction of deal sources that do it the right way, that don't take money up front.
Mm.
I could literally recommend hundreds of people that don't do it that way, even if we're just talking about the guys in my program. So
Okay.
my point is, don't worry too much about those people. Don't focus on them. If they're doing it the wrong way, you say, okay, look, I don't operate that way. Are you willing to do it the way I do it? I.e., no money up front? No, you're not. Okay, no worries. No hard feelings. On to the next one, because there will be another 100 co-sourcers who are happy to do it the way that we do it.
You're right. You're right. I've done it. I just tell them no, sorry, you know, and just moved on. And yeah.
Honestly, that's the way you have to do it, because like I can give you loads of examples, Vin, where the guys have come to me and said, "Oh, Gary, look, I've connected with this sourcer. Seems like he knows what he's doing, but he's saying we have to take money up front. What do I do?" And I say, well, you go back to them and explain that you don't do it that way and why you don't do it that way. So you explain to them that my concern is that, you know, there's so many horror stories at the moment of people taking money up front from investors, disappearing, the deal doesn't complete, you know, and I don't want to be involved in any of those issues. The way that I do it is I get serious investors through the doors. If they are interested, then we can start the process. We can request what we need to request to do the necessary checks up front, right? Because there's checks that need to be done as well. And if everything's fine and they're happy to go ahead, we get the paperwork sorted, which happens very, very quickly. You just saw the examples, 12 hours, 2 hours. I mean, literally, you could get the paperwork done as quickly as everybody wants to move, right? If they're not happy to do it that way, those co-sourcers, you just have to say, look, I can't, I don't operate that way. I'm not comfortable with it. So no worries. If you do change the way that you work, please let me know, but I can't do it. And that's fine, because there's going to be loads of other people who do it the way you want it.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I
promise you. So yeah, don't worry about that too much.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me pop you back on mute, and we're going to carry on. But good questions, definitely.
All right.
Okay, where are we? Okay, where are we? Let me get the thing back up. Here we are. Okay. Let me make sure I haven't missed any questions, and then I'll carry on going, guys. So where was the last one? Hamza said, how do you make the NDA? I mean, you don't really make it. I suppose you can get a solicitor to write up. You can buy them online. I mean, with us, we give all of the documents, including the NDAs, as part of our program for free. So you get a whole document package. So every document you need, not just the NDAs, the contracts, everything, even the documents that you need for compliance, we give all of that as part of the program. So, I mean, there's ways you can get it. You can buy it, or depending on who you decide to go with to get educated, they may provide it as part of the program as well. Irene said the NDA needs to be signed for every single deal. Good question, Irene. No, it doesn't. So with your clients, well, with our NDAs, basically every time a client signs our NDA, that NDA covers every deal moving forward. So if I sign an NDA with you today, any other deal we do from now on, this NDA covers it. Because you can just imagine trying to sign an NDA every time there's a new deal. It's just lengthy. So yeah, none of the NDAs are specific to a property. They are specific to the client and you and the relationship you have and any deals that you present to them moving forward from there. I hope that answers your question, Irene. Let me know. Rajesh said, I want to say huge thank you for the online. No problem. We're not finished yet. We're not finished just yet. Okay. Don't worry, Rajesh. It's being recorded, so you can watch the replay. Okay, guys, let me keep going because I know time's pushing. So where was we? Okay, so we went through the follow-up calls, right? So NDAs being signed, as I explained. So, of course, that's when the viewings can happen once you've protected yourself on both sides. Once they've viewed the property, and usually what happens is, and for any of you guys on the call who, like Vin, for example, investor, you know, you guys would know that you get a true appreciation for the property when you see it in person. So usually it's when they go through the doors and view that they're going to decide whether they want to take it or make the offer. So once they've gone and viewed, we normally get the offer straight away, usually straight after the viewing. Sometimes we've literally had offers whilst the viewing's happening, right? They present the offer to us verbally, usually first. We get it in writing too, send us a message or email. Then we present the offer to the landlord. If any negotiations need to happen, we'll go back and forth. That happens very quickly. If there's no negotiations needed, like if it's an asking price offer, for example, it's very straightforward. We're going to do our necessary checks. We need to make sure that the landlord is the owner of the property. Super important, guys. I can't even stress how important this is. I can't believe that the other day I spoke to someone, not one of my clients, someone, a deal sourcer that just was asking for some help on something, and they just sold a deal. Sorry, no, they hadn't sold a deal. They just secured a deal. And just having a conversation, going back and forth, and come to find out that they hadn't even checked whether that was the owner of the property, right? Which is like very important. You need to do that. We need to make sure that on the land registry, the person that we are speaking to is the owner, right? The last thing you want is for someone who's just renting the property, a tenant, to be being shady, right? They've just rented the property from landlord. Landlord's none the wiser that they're now renting it out to somebody else. We need to be working with the actual landlord. So it's just a case of getting their ID, checking the land registry, very straightforward. We also need to do our checks on the investor as well. So the company that's supposed to be taking this deal on, we need to make sure the person we're speaking with is an actual director of that property. So we need to do all of those checks as well. So we do our checks. These are quick checks, by the way. This is not things that take ages. Quick checks, everything's fine, everybody's happy with the agreements. We provide the draft lease agreement, which is the final contract. As long as everybody's happy, when I say everybody, I'm talking about the landlord and investor. If they're happy with it, we send the final agreement. As I mentioned earlier, that is sent via e-signature, so DocuSign or whatever e-signature platform you want to use. It just saves us having to get the guys together to sign, or them having to print it off, sign it, scan it, send it back. E-signature just means both parties can sign online in seconds and it's done. Once that agreement is signed by both parties, the deal is done, as I mentioned, and your fee is actually due, right? And that's how quick these deals are done. Once the investor has paid any upfront amounts that are due to the landlord, so sometimes on some deals, there will be a deposit due and the first month's rent. Every deal is different. Some deals, there's nothing up front to the landlord. It just depends. But based on that, if they are due any payments, that needs to be paid straight to them, directly to them. So we don't, again, goes back to Rod's question about the holding account. We don't hold any money, any of the landlord's money. So if there's any payments that are supposed to be paid to them, it goes directly to them. They provide the details, it gets paid to them. Once they are paid and we have received our sourcing fee, now we can instruct the landlord or the agent to release the keys to the investor. And that is a done deal. Is everybody clear on that? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Is there any part of that process that doesn't make sense or you're unsure about it? Just let me know. We'll go over it now. But is everybody okay with that? Does that make sense? We're going to go over the foundations in a second. I'm going to break those down for you. I can see time's ticking. We're almost at 10, so I'm going to fly through them as quickly as I can. Brilliant. Vin said, yeah, brilliant. Jenny, Denise, Rajesh. Okay, good. Good. Okay, Hamza said, wait, so how much is it for an NDA from you? I don't sell NDAs, so there isn't a cost from me. It's part of my program. I give it away for free as part of my program to the people that work with me on my mentorship. So yeah, I don't have a cost for it, to be honest. I don't sell it. I don't sell any documents. So, but we could shoot me a message afterwards, Hamza, if there's something that you're trying to locate. I'm pretty sure I could help you out with finding some documents. So where was we? So yeah, so that's the sale. That's it. Done, dusted. That's literally the whole process, guys. You know, there's not rocket science. It's very straightforward. Once you know what you're doing and how to like navigate the groups and kind of put all of these pieces of the puzzle together nice and smoothly, it is so straightforward. Literally, the guys that I showed you before, all of those sales, 10 plus sales I just showed you, all of them have followed this process in this order. Literally, Facebook groups, high demand areas, qualified investor list, network, then landlords and developers, right? And then they're following this process to get those sales done. Me and the guys, I always say to them, this is kind of like your conveyor belt, right? So as long as you're keeping this conveyor belt moving, the sales will come, and at the other end, it's 3K each time. Yeah. Okay. Everybody seems to be clear on that process. Let me just go through the actual foundations. Where are we? and then we're going to wrap it up so I can let you guys get on with the rest of your evening. Okay, so first foundation that we spoke about was the free Facebook groups, right? Everybody remember that? Give me a yes. Give me a yes if you remember me speaking about the first foundation being free Facebook groups. Brilliant. Okay, so these are just some screenshots of some of the groups, just to show you some examples. I mentioned about the one that's like 45,000 members in it. This is it here. I mean, this, when I took this screenshot, the groups are growing so quickly as well, guys. This is another thing. Like, you'll be in a group today and it's got 5,000, and then go back in it 2 weeks later and it's got 10,000, 20,000, right? It just shows you how much the business is growing, how many more investors are jumping on the rent to rent bandwagons, you can kind of call it, right? How many deal sources are getting involved in the business because of how lucrative it is and how low barrier to entry there is, right? So these are the free Facebook groups. And these are just some examples of, look, this is a rent-to-rent group. As you can see, rent-to-rent specific, 42,000 members. There's another one, rent-to-rent deals, rent-to-rent SA deals, 10,000, almost 11,000. Rent-to-rent HMO and SA deals here, almost 11,000. Rent-to-rent, rent-to-rent, rent-to-HMO, rent-to-SA, 20,000. And there's, as I said, guys, I'm in over 200 groups, and there's a lot of them are these sorts of numbers, right? So it goes back to what I was saying to you about the data and the people that are inside them. Just think about that. 40 something thousand people in a group, and they're all interested in the same thing as you, or the same thing you're trying to do, the same type of deal you're trying to sell, right? That's valuable because you're in amongst everybody that you need. You don't have to go here and there and all the different platforms. All of the guys that you need are in these groups, right? Let me walk you through how to find the groups. So number one, you're going to go into the Facebook groups section. Okay. Now, does everybody know what I mean when I say the Facebook group sections? Just give me a yes if you know what I mean. If there's anyone who doesn't know what I mean, I'll explain it better. Okay, Vin doesn't know. Okay. So basically, Vin, on Facebook, when you go into Facebook, what you will see is, depending on if you're looking from your phone or from your laptop, at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see a little circle with like 3 little men inside it. It's like a little icon. It's a circle with 3 little men on it, and it just literally says groups. It's titled groups. And when you press on that, that's going to take you to the section of Facebook where all of the groups are. Does that make sense? Do you see what I mean now, Vin and Irene? So it's a little circle with, it looks like it's like 3 little men. It's a little icon on Facebook, right at the bottom of your homepage, right, running across the bottom. No, you can't see it. Okay, Vin, don't worry. If you're not too sure, what I will do is after the call, maybe we can book a one-to-one call where I can maybe share my screen and walk you through that in more detail. But essentially, you just need to be able to search for groups. Do you know how to search for groups on Facebook, Vin? Irene gets it. Brilliant. Vin, do you know how to search for groups on Facebook? Okay, no worries. I'm going to go through that with you on a one-to-one call. Don't you worry. But for the rest of you guys, and just keep listening anyway, Vin, I'm sure you'll pick it up. But essentially, you're going to go into the Facebook group section. So this is just the part of Facebook where you can search for groups, right? Literally what it says on the tin. Number 2, you're going to type all of the phrases and abbreviations associated with rent to rent. And you're going to type those into the search box, right? So you're in the Facebook group section, and then in the search box, you're going to type in the different phrases or abbreviations. Example, you're going to type rent to rent, because we want to find all of the groups that are rent to rent specific. So we'll type rent to rent, we'll hit enter. When you hit enter, you're going to see Facebook makes it easy for you, right? They just bring up a list of all of the groups that are based on rent to rent and just join all of them. Is there anybody that's actually doing this now as I'm describing it? Just give me a yes if you're doing this now as we're speaking. That would be good if you are. Fred, brilliant. Irene, good. Simo, good. Good. Keep in mind, guys, I'm in over 200 groups. So if you're just going to join 1 or 2 groups and then come and say to me, Gary, I've joined groups, that's not going to be enough. I might as well just say it to you from now. I'm going to tell you that 2 or 3 groups is not enough. Okay? Get yourself in as many groups as you can, especially the bigger groups, the ones with the 40,000, 10,000, 20,000. Get yourself in as many of those groups as you can, right? Everybody clear on that? So you're typing in search, you're typing in words, you're typing in rent to rent, you're typing in rent to SA, it's an abbreviation of rent to service accommodation. You're typing in rent to HMO, which is an abbreviation of rent to rent HMO, house of multiple occupation. You're going to type in all of those different rent to rent phrases and abbreviations one by one. And each time you hit enter, you're going to see that more and more groups are going to come up, right? So take your time and do that when you get time. That's how you're going to get yourself into as many groups as I'm in, right? And you need to be in those groups. I already explained to you guys the importance of that. You need those people and you need that data. It's worth a lot of money for you. Very, very important that we get that right. So get yourself in the groups, okay? That was the first foundation. You guys will remember the second foundation was the high demand areas. So once we're in the groups, we're going to use the data in the groups to figure out which areas we're going to cover. And you can see some screenshots I've got here. Can everyone still see my screen? Just give me a yes if you can still see it. Brilliant. Okay. So essentially, these screenshots are to show you what you should be looking out for, essentially. Of course, there's a little bit more to it, but basically what we're looking for is the areas that are getting the most engagement, most interest, most comments, most likes, etc. Comments mainly, because that's where you can actually see who's interested and who's not, right? That's how we're going to pick the areas that we're going to cover. I'm going to walk you through how to do that in a section. Essentially, what you're going to do is you're going to go back into the Facebook groups again, and you're going to type the areas that you have in mind into the search box. Okay. So for example, you may be thinking about covering Birmingham, right? But you're just not too sure. Is the right area to cover? Is there demand there? Etc. etc. So you just type the area in the search box, right? In the group. So you're inside these groups that you've joined, by the way. So we're not looking at the section, we're actually inside the group. So you go in one group, you're going to do this search. You can go into another group, do this search, just use it to do your research. But let's say you started off with the big group, the one with like 45,000. You go into that group, you type the area in. So let's say Birmingham, type Birmingham in, hit enter. Okay. Now what you're going to do is you're going to look through those deals, like I showed you in the example before, where you could see all the comments and the interest, and essentially make a note of the areas with the most interest and the most engagement, right? So like if we looked at, for example, here, this one's kind of examples based on Birmingham. You can see Birmingham deal gets posted, it gets a lot of interest. Look, 176 comments, 57 comments, 105 comments. And if you go and do this research yourself, you guys will see that those areas, the bigger cities, Birmingham, London, Manchester, Liverpool, usually they're the ones that get that kind of engagement. But there are other areas as well that get a lot of interest. So you just need to do that research. Vin said, can you go to the group and show us live? I can't, Vin, because if I can't come off the presentation because I'll lose it. But essentially, yeah, you just need to type in the areas. Don't worry, we'll go over it together one-to-one. If you need that help, don't worry. I'm going to give you some information at the end of the call to book a one-to-one call. And on that call, I can share my screen and kind of go over it maybe in more detail. But essentially, that's what we're looking for. So you're going to do that research, figure out which areas are getting the most demand. I've given you the steps to have a look at the areas you've already got in mind. If you're not too sure which area to cover, or you haven't got areas in mind, then just type in the phrases associated with rent to rent again. So go inside the groups and type in rent to rent, or rent to SA, or rent to HMO. Hit enter, and then Facebook again is going to bring up the list of all the deals, but it's going to be different deals. It's going to be different areas, right? All different areas. And you're going to do the same thing. Just go through and make a note of the areas that clearly are getting more interest than all the others that are getting the most interest. And you'll be able to see it. It's clearly visual when you scroll through. Yeah, does that make sense, guys? Give me a yes if that makes sense. So that's how you're going to pick your areas. So essentially, you are using the data in those groups to see which areas are in the most demand, and it's going to show you clear as day. Okay, brilliant. Simo says yes. Irene says yes. Denise, Juliet, good, brilliant. Okay, so then that's how you're going to find your areas. So that's the third foundation. Second foundation. Third foundation is the qualified investor list, right? So as I said, probably the most important part of your business. You need to have serious investors that are ready to buy these deals off of you really quickly, like you see my guys are doing. So this is kind of like just showing you what it looks like when you kind of stumble across these investors or potential investors at first. This is screenshots of the comment sections underneath rent-to-rent deals in whichever area it is that you're looking for. And essentially the investors, they look like this, right? You're not going to be able to tell from their name and their picture, but from what they're saying in the comment sections, you'll be able to see that they are potentially investors. So this person's like, interested, more details. Can I have more details? Interested, details, interested, right? So these are the people we're reaching out to check, are they investors? Are they still looking for deals? And we're going to try and get them on a qualifying call so we can make sure that they're serious before we add them. Now, this is where I'm going to go into the competition. You guys remember at the start, I spoke about the audit, the business audit that I'm giving away for free. The other bits and pieces, everyone on the call is going to get as long as you send me that message. But in terms of the business audit, the one-to-one call that I'm going to do, the competition is going to be based on this investor list. We call it the investor challenge, right? Building your investor list. So the first person to find, message, and get a yes from the most investors during this call, right, is going to win the 1 hour free deal sourcing business audit call. Everybody clear on that? I'm going to give you this instructions in a sec so you know exactly what to do. But is everybody clear on what the competition is? Just give me a yes if you're clear. Anybody planning to get involved, just let me know. The more the merrier. I'll try and make it as quick as I can, guys. I know time's pushing on. It's not even almost. It's 10 now. We're going to try and get through the rest of this really quickly. Okay, brilliant. Okay. I haven't said the rules yet, Hamza. Just keep listening. I'm going to give you the rules. So, you took. These are the rules here on the screen. The first person to find, message, and get a yes from the most investors is going to win the 1 hour free deal sourcing business audit. I think that's what you mean. Yeah? Okay. So let me give you the instructions. Can everybody see the screen with the competition instructions? I'm going to read it for you, break it down, what you need to do. But can everybody see the screen? Just give me a yes if you can. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to assume everyone can. So these are the instructions. This is what I need you to do. And you can, if you've got two devices, like let's say you're watching this on your computer, but you've got your phone in your hand or vice versa, then please get involved. Use the other device. Like I mentioned to you earlier, it's not just about the competition. Of course, I want to give away, the business audit, but more than anything, I want you guys to just get started. And this is like the first step. And also, potentially you'll get some responses before we end the call, and you'll see how quickly you can actually get the ball rolling. So this is what we're going to do. First things first. 1 second. Irene said, could you post this on school? I'm not too sure what you mean, Irene. Well, remember, we're live on YouTube, on Zoom. So I'm not too sure what you mean, post it on school. Just explain what you mean, and if I can, I will. But are you talking about post the video on school? This training? If that's what you mean, then it's being recorded, so the replay will be posted. Yeah. Okay. So step 1, I want you to go into the Rent to Rent Facebook groups. So you guys should have all joined groups, or if you're already in groups, that's fine. But it must be Rent to Rent groups. Okay. So that's step 1. Go into the groups. Go into one of the groups, the biggest one you can find. Number 2, in the search box in that group, you're going to type the area that you're thinking about covering. So Birmingham, London, Manchester, Coventry, wherever. A whole city though, guys, by the way. So I don't want you picking, if you was Hackney, for example, Hackney in London. No, I don't want a part of a city. I want the whole city. I don't want you guys putting any ceilings or any limitations on yourself. And when you just focus on like a small part of the city like that, you're already limiting yourself. Cover the whole city, gives you access to more investors, more deals, and more money. Right? So type the area in the search box, hit enter, of course. When you hit enter, it's going to bring up that list again. It's going to bring up a list of all of the rent-to-rent deals in the area that you just typed in. Okay? I want you to scroll through that list. Okay? Once you scroll through, you're going to scroll through and look for the comments, of course. So look for the posts that have comments in them. And you're going to go into the comment sections. And like I showed you on those screenshots, you're going to essentially reach out to everyone who is expressing interest in that deal. What's the science behind this, by the way? So the science behind this is this. If I've decided I'm covering Birmingham, that's the area I want to try and do deals in. And I've found all of these deals where there are people underneath in the comments saying, I'm interested, send me more information, I want this deal, etc., etc. Clearly, they're looking for deals in Birmingham, rent-to-rent deals specifically in Birmingham. So if I can find those deals as well, it's highly likely that they're going to buy them from me too. Right? That's the thing about investors. Yes, it's good to build relationships with them and actually have them as a client, which is what my whole approach is. But at the same time, they will buy deals from multiple people. So they're not just going to only buy a deal from one sourcer. In fact, if you approach them the right way, then even more so, they're not going to care about other people that are sending them deals. They want to work with whoever's got the deals, the right deals, the deals that make the most sense for them. Right? So I want you to reach out to every investor who has expressed interest in the comment section under those deals, and you're going to send them a simple message. This message that you see right here on the screen. Now, you please change it up a little bit. You don't have to do it word for word because you don't want it to come across robotic, right? And actually, when we're doing this exercise, usually I would suggest sending it as a voice note because a voice note comes across even better. It just goes back to what I was saying to you guys earlier about that human interaction and kind of like it breaks the ice. This is before you've even had a response from them. Just them hearing your voice on the voice note, you don't realize that straight away they're already comfortable because they can hear it's a real person, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to send them the message saying, one sec, Simo says, where do you search? Oh, where do you search the area? So you in the search box. So in the group, so you go into the group, and then in the search box in the group, right? The search box in the groups normally looks like a little magnifying glass. If you're doing it from your phone, it's in like the top right-hand corner. If you're doing it from your laptop or computer, I believe it's the same, but it looks like a little magnifying glass. Have you found it, Simo? So are you inside a Facebook group? Yeah, you're inside a Facebook group. Okay. Are you doing this from your phone or computer? Phone. Okay, even better. So I'll do it from mine to just kind of literally walk you through it. So you're inside the group. Inside that group, at the top right-hand corner, there should be, in the top right-hand corner of that group, there's a little magnifying glass looking thing, a little circle with a little stick on it. Looks like a little magnifying glass. Can you see that? That's the, press it. That's the search box. Can you see that? Yep. So you press it and that's it. That's the search box. So type the area in. So whichever area you're thinking of covering, do you have an area in mind already that you're thinking of covering? Just let me know if you've got an area. Nottingham, okay, good area. Type Nottingham in that box and hit enter. So just type Nottingham, press enter. Yeah? Okay, perfect. So now you should be able to see, scroll down, and you should see deals. You should see Nottingham rent-to-rent deals. Can you see them? It's in a list. It should just come up in a list. Facebook makes it easy for us. Can you see the list of rent-to-rent deals in Nottingham? Just scroll down. Let me know, Chris. Can you see them? Is everybody else doing this? Is there anyone having any issues with it? Can everyone see the list of deals? Yes. Okay, good. Chris, can is it Chris? Simo? Can you see them? Vin can see it. Okay, perfect. All right, everyone's on the same page. Perfect. So this message here, which is hi name. So let's say you saw me. Hi Gary. Hope you're well. I just saw your comment on a rent-to-rent deal in Birmingham or whichever area you guys have picked. Are you still looking for those types of deals in that area? That's it. Straight, short and sweet message. You don't need to send a long-winded introduction of who you are and what you do, and not on the first message. The first message has to be short and sweet and literally straight to the point. Okay, is everybody clear on the message you need to send? And like I said, you can change it up a little bit. The only things I wouldn't change is the fact that you mentioned that you saw that they commented on a rent-to-rent deal, so that it's clear what type of deal you're reaching out to them about, and also the area. Those are the two things that I would say you need to say. Everything else you can kind of change. You can kind of say them however you want to say them. But what I want you to do is write the message once. So, okay, so all right, little rewind. We're in the groups, right? So you've typed your area. We'll use Simo as an example. He's typed Nottinghamshire. He's hit he's typed Nottingham. He's hit enter. Now Facebook has just brought up a whole list of Nottingham rent-to-rent deals. So every rent-to-rent deal that's ever been posted in that group in Nottingham, Simo should be able to see now in a list for that group. And all he needs to do is just scroll through, and every time he sees a post that's got comments, because you can literally see the comments from the outside. Let me just go back. If you guys look here, like this, for example, right? So as I'm scrolling through the groups, I can already see if there's comments, right? I don't need to literally go into every post. I can see from the outside. So each of the posts that have comments, let's go back to where we were. Each of the posts that have comments, I'm going to go into the comment section, and everybody that's saying interested, send me more info, etc., expressing interest, I'm going to send them this message. But you're not going to write the message every single time. That's too time consuming. What you're going to do is you're going to write the message once. So, hi Gary, hope you're well. Just saw your comment on a rent-to-rent deal in Birmingham. Still looking for deals like this at the moment, right? Send it to the first investor that you see, right? With their name, of course. And then you're going to copy that whole message. So you copy that message, and now you're going to go back to that comment section. You just go back, and all of the other people in the comment section who are also saying interested, send me more info, I want this deal, etc., you're going to send them the same message. But of course, you're going to change the name. That's the only thing you need to change, which takes seconds. So you're going to go into their DMs. You're sending this by direct message, by the way, guys. So you're sending this don't comment underneath their comment. You're going to click on their profile and send them a DM. And in that DM, you're going to send that message. And the first person gets the message written fresh. And then you copy that message. And every other person who has commented, you're going to send that message to them. So you just press paste in their DM, change their name, send on to the next one. Does that make sense? Does everybody understand what I'm saying? Give me a yes if you understand those steps. Perfect. Irene says yes. Naomi said no. Naomi, do you understand now? Let me know if you don't. We'll go over it again quickly. Jenny, brilliant. Well done, Jenny. Everybody else understand what they should be doing before I keep going? Juliet says yes. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to assume everybody gets it. If you don't, shoot me a message. And I want you to send that message to as many of those investors for the area that you've picked as possible. I'm not too fussed whether or not that's the actual area you're going to go with, or none of that. Honestly, this is more just for you guys to see in real time how quickly it is to even find clients, but also give you that little bit of confidence to just do it, right? To just bit of exercise, get things off the ground. So as long as everybody's comfortable with that, Naomi said, I got lost from the first Facebook. Let me just bring you on, Naomi. Can you speak? I'll take you off mute quickly. Are you available to speak, Naomi? Let's get Naomi off mute quickly, if you can.
Yes, I
Hey.
can. Yes, I
Hi,
can.
Naomi. So
Hi.
what you were saying, you got lost from the first Facebook?
Yes, I've opened the rent to rent on the Facebook. I'm on the page and the deals that are coming, rent to rent and so forth. I clicked one, they said join. And then from there now, I can't see where else to go now.
Okay, is that the only? Are you in any other Facebook groups for rent to rent?
Sure I am.
You probably are, because that's probably how you found me. Did you find me on Facebook?
Not really. I am on some. Yes, I am on this one that says rent to rent BTL. But where do I type the message now to say the term that I need to search?
Okay. Yeah. So all right. Let's start with that group because you're already in it. Go into that group.
Mm-hmm.
One you just said, the one that's got rent to rent in the title. Go into that. How many members does it have? Does it say? Can you see?
It says 3.1.
Okay, so that's not bad. So go into there, and what I want you to do is, have you picked an area that you're going to cover, or have you got an area in mind you're thinking about covering?
Yep.
What area are you thinking?
Let me say Milton Keynes.
Okay, so type Milton Keynes. Can you see the search box in that group?
Yes, I can see
At
it.
the top, yep. So type Milton Keynes and then hit enter.
Okay. Yes. It's coming then.
So you can see the list of all the Milton Keynes deals, yeah?
Yes, I've seen it.
Now the thing is, that group, you mentioned that it says buy to let, or BTL means buy to let in the title. So it's not just a rent to rent group, which is fine because it mentions rent to rent. So there should be some people in there, but because it's a small group and it's different strategies, it might not be as effective as the other groups, but it's fine. I just want you to, just so you know what I'm talking about. So in the search box, just type in Milton Keynes, hit enter.
Yeah.
And then scroll down. So the first deal that you can see in Milton Keynes, what is it? Let me know. What can you see?
It's saying it's coming with the same titles, but it's saying I'm looking for direct deals. I have 2 fully licensed HMOs in Milton Keynes, 5 bed, 1 bath,
Okay.
7 bed, 3 bath.
Okay. From what you can see, is he selling a deal or is he trying to find deals? Because you're looking for the deals that are available for sale.
Both properties are ready. I think he's selling. Both properties are basically ready to go. Please let me know if you are interested.
But okay, oh yeah, so he's selling the deals, but can you see whether they're rent to rent or not?
He says HMOs.
Yeah, but the thing is, because it's not just a rent to rent group, and it's good we're talking about this because for the rest of you that are listening, this is my point. This is why I'm saying to you, it's good to get into those niche specific groups that are just rent to rent, because when you're doing these searches, it's only going to show you rent to rent. So then it's quite straightforward. Whereas if you're just in like property groups where it's loads of different strategies, it can be a bit confusing because you don't even know whether or not that specific deal is a rent to rent or not. So then you don't want to end up reaching out to the wrong buyers. So, okay, what I would say, let me help you out actually with finding are you in any other groups at all?
Check.
Because essentially all I want you to do is, let me just get this back up. All I want you to do is go into one of those rent to rent groups, type in Milton Keynes in the search box, and then it's, if you're in the right type of group, it's just going to show you rent to rent deals. And then essentially just look through the comment sections, because you're going to see the people that are interested, and then you're going to send them that message. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So if you're not in any other groups yet, just what I'll do is I'll put you back on mute. Just keep joining them, join more groups,
Okay.
and then maybe you can get involved once you're in more groups. But if not, if you can see, like, have a little look now whilst I'm still talking. If you can see that you're in other groups that are just rent to rent or mainly rent to rent, then try that exercise in those groups.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Yep.
Okay, give that a go whilst we carry on, and then if you're stuck, just let me know, and then I'll get you back on.
Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
No
Okay.
problem. No worries at all. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm not missing any questions. Where are we? So, Rod. Okay, Rod said many people with restrictions like receiving new messages from unknown people. Yeah, you will. But Rod, how many people have you messaged, or how many people have you seen has restrictions so far? Be honest. How many? Because I can tell you there are hundreds, thousands of people who you can message that don't have restrictions. Yeah, there will be some that you can't message, because some people literally set their accounts to not be messaged by anyone, no strangers. Rod said 3 to 12. So haven't even scratched the surface yet. But what are you saying? All 12 of those people you haven't been able to message so far? Or are you saying out of those 12, 3 people you wasn't? Okay, I get you. Yeah, so see, exactly, this is my point. So out of that 12, you'll get the 3, but the remaining 9 you can still reach out to, and hopefully they'll still be looking. So just keep firing those messages out, Rod, as many people as you can. 12 is good though, considering it's only been a few minutes since I told you what to do. So just keep going. Okay. Vin said every group I join says pending. Don't worry, keep joining, Vin. Keep joining, join as many as you can. And also, if you're already in some rent to rent groups, like I was just saying to Naomi, maybe go into those ones to do the competition. But if you're not getting involved in the competition, don't even worry about that. Just keep joining as many of the groups as possible. I need you guys to be in as many groups as possible. That's what's going to open you up to everything and everyone that you need, essentially. Fred said, add Gary as a, yeah, everyone. If you're not friends with me already on Facebook, definitely add me 100%. He said, oh, and add me as a friend, search rent to rent, and loads will come up recommended as he's in them. And yeah, I'm probably in all of them. There's still loads I'm not even in, but I'm in a ton of them. So yeah, absolutely right. Okay, Vin said, okay, need to join, but open the group, then on search. Okay, yes, keep going, guys. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the competition with you guys. As I'm still speaking, please try and listen to me, but just keep firing out those messages to as many people as you can find at the same time. I'm going to announce the winner at the end of the call. The way that I'm going to announce them is as you guys start getting responses, especially the yeses, because that's what I'm looking for. Every time you get a yes, just screenshot it, and you're going to send it to me via DM on Facebook. I'm thinking she sent it to me on Facebook. Yeah, send it to me on Facebook. It's easier for you because that's where you're having the convo. So yeah, just send the screenshots to me on Facebook after you get the yeses, right? And at the end, I'll tally them up, see who's won. Just to put it into perspective, we had a gentleman on one of the trainings that ended up winning the competition. He got 23 investors responding to him saying they were still looking for deals. 23 guys. That recording, I still have it. You know, this is documented. That was, again, similar to all of you. He just joined one of these calls. I've done the competition, and he just, like I'm saying to you guys, don't overthink it. Just fire the messages out. Be aggressive. As long as they've expressed interest in a rent-to-rent deal in the areas that you're covering, send them that DM. And he sent out a ton of them. He must have messaged about 40, 50 people whilst on the call. And then at the end, It took me a while. That call dragged on because because of him, because I had to go through all of his screenshots to make sure that they were legitimate, and they really were. He had got all of those responses in the space of time that I started the competition to the end of the call. So the reason I'm saying that is, don't play small. You know, message as many people as you can, because that's, of course, it's a numbers game, right? The more people you contact, the more chance you've got of getting responses, and especially from people who are still looking. Okay, so at the end of the call, we will announce that. Is everyone okay with that? Give me a yes if you're all right with that. We'll announce at the end. Brilliant. Okay, let's keep going. So the next step, let's quick rewind. We've joined all the groups. We're in all of those Facebook group gold mines, right? Then we have picked our high demand areas, 3 maximum. Okay. Then we have built our investor list. Okay, so now we have investors in 1, 2, or 3 areas, qualified, specifically looking for rent-to-rent deals in one of those 3 areas, right? The next step is feeding those investors. And as you can see here, it's the network/co-sources foundation that we spoke about on the overview. So the way that I like to find co-sources is to, again, utilize the groups. Very easy. Look, literally every single day, there are hundreds of co-sources posting deals every day. I own the Deal Sources United Facebook group, which has about, I think we have 8,000 or so people in there now. And I mean, that's a small group in comparison to, you know, even the ones that I just showed you guys. And my VA, I've got a VA that manages it for me. He accepts about 70 to 100 new deals like every day. And that's a small group. So that shows you the scale of this business, this market, but also the amount of people that you could add to your network if you're really on the ball. So what we're looking out for is essentially the people who have actually posted the deals in our areas, because if they've posted a rent-to-rent deal in our area before, it's likely they're either covering the area just like us, which is great, which is a reason for us to partner with them, or they might be one of those co-sources that cover every area, but that area is one of them. So at some point they may get another deal there, which is valuable to us, right? Our buyers are waiting. So what we do is we go back into the Facebook groups, right? We type the areas that we've chosen. So we'll use Birmingham as an example again, or Nottingham if we're using SEMO as an example. So you type that area in, you hit enter, and then you're going to contact all of the sources that have posted the deals in those areas. So literally those people, like I just showed you in the screenshot. So if I was doing this exercise for Birmingham, I would contact Nishan because he's posted a deal there before. I would contact Georgia. She's posted a deal there before. Stephen, Alexandra, and all of the other people. And essentially all I'm saying to them when I reach out to them is, look, I've got qualified investors in the area. I've seen that you've had deals there before. Let's partner up. Let's work together. What deals have you got available at the moment? And you very quickly start to build a powerful network of sources that can send you deals every single week. Remember what I said to you guys earlier, you know, when you're trying to get the deals directly yourself, it's kind of on it's a one-by-one activity, right? So you get the deals on a case-by-case basis because there's only so many people you can reach out to at any given time. Whereas when you build these networks, you get 5, 6, 7, 10 good co-sources in your network, and now they're sending you multiple deals per month each. So now you're getting deals in bulk, right? So that's how you're going to find the co-sources, and you add them to your list or your network. Everybody clear on that? Give me a yes if that makes sense. Anything you're unsure about, just let me know. I think I missed the question as well. Let me just make sure I go back up. Naomi, rent to SA block of serious invest. Yeah, perfect, Naomi. So If there's anyone in the comment section underneath that deal, message every single one of them. Okay. Hamza said only rent to rent. This is rent to rent. This is rent to rent. It's a rent to rent serviced accommodation block of apartments. So it's still rent to rent. Yeah. Naomi, let me know in the chat. Do you understand what I mean? So this post that you've just, or this, I know you've copied it from the group. I assume this is something that someone's posted in the group. That post, if it's got comments underneath it, look into the comments. If anyone's saying I'm interested, send me more info, etc., anything similar, they are potential investors. You need to send them the message that I gave you guys. Just give me a yes if that makes sense. Okay, good, perfect. Okay. Vin said, can you PDF these slides? I'm going to give you a step-by-step guide at the end of the call, Vin. I'm not given these per se, but it will be similar. It's a guide going over what we've discussed essentially. So yes, you will get some more information after the call. Ennison said you must be a member of a group before you can make a request. It depends, Ennison. Good question. So there are some groups that are private and some that are public. So the private ones, you have to join it to see what's going on inside it and find the people, right? But the public ones are just open, so you can actually go into them without joining them and see the comments, the posts, etc. So yeah, the groups are different. Just do the search and have a look and you'll be able to see the difference. But I would join all of them anyway, even the ones that are public, because the reason why I'm saying that is because it helps you remember the groups that you're in, whereas because you've joined them, so you just go to your group section and those groups will be there. Whereas if you have to try to kind of remember them from your mind, you can imagine that's difficult because there's so many groups. So just join all of them, whether they're public or private, and then it just makes your life easier, because when you're trying to find the groups, you just press groups on the group section in Facebook and it will show you all the groups you're in. Okay. All right, brilliant. Okay, so that's how we find the co-sources. Everyone clear on that? So the next step of the network, or the next part of the network, is the estate agents, right? So I mentioned to you, kind of break it down into two. You've got the co-sources, which you should do first. That's the quickest part. The estate agents are next. I mentioned earlier, agents are actively advertising for landlords all the time. So they're probably the easiest people to start working with and get some deals from, because they're constantly in contact with agents. So what we like to do is go on Google. I like to use Google to get start the relationship with agents. I know a lot of people like to go on Rightmove, Zoopla, find the property, contact that agent about that specific property and try and secure the deal that way. We don't really do that. What I found is when you approach them about a specific property, if there's no deal to be done on that one, sometimes they kind of lose interest in the conversation altogether. It's kind of like, no, this landlord's not up for it, and that's it, right? So we tend to go directly to the agent and build a relationship based on, we want to do multiple deals. So we're not contacting you about one property. We want any properties that come on your books where the landlord's open to what we're proposing. So the way we do that is we go on Google, we type in independent letting agent and then the area. So essentially, where is it? Let's go back. My mouse has gone missing. Yeah, here we go. Independent estate agents, Birmingham, if you're doing Birmingham, for example. Okay, and hit enter. And what you'll see is it will kind of bring up a sort of list for you again. So when you type it in, if you scroll down, you're going to see this section where it's got businesses as a title, and it will have a map. Click on the map, and then it will give you a list of all of the small agents within that area, because we're looking for the independent, small boutique kind of independent agents. They're usually way more open to working with deal sources and doing corporate lets. The larger chains, the estate agent chains, normally they're not really up for it. That's not to say that there aren't some, I'll still speak to those, but where you normally are going to get a much better response from the smaller agents, right? So we're going to contact all of those agents, see if they're open to corporate lets. Very important to ask to speak to the lettings manager or whoever deals with corporate lets in the office. Don't try and have the conversation with the receptionist or whoever's answering the phone first. You need to speak to the decision maker or whoever's aware of corporate lets being done in the office. Reason why I'm saying this to you is we literally had a situation where we called an agent, we spoke with the receptionist told us that they don't deal with corporate lets, and we had a call back from the managing agent, the lettings manager, like a day or so later, and it comes to find out that actually they do, right? It's not something that they openly advertise, but they have had a few landlords that have been open to doing it, and they had some good experiences. The landlords seem happy, so they were open to it, and we started working with them. But if we would have just went off the fact that the receptionist says it's not something they do, we could have lost that opportunity. I think I'm just trying to remember how we ended up. I think we may have contacted them again because I had said, look, that was the receptionist. So, you know, give it a couple of days, maybe we'll call back. But either way, yeah, the lettings manager just told us, look, you know, that person in the office wasn't aware because it's not something that we openly do. It's not part of our process usually. But if we do have a landlord that's happy to do it, we don't mind, you know, making a referral. So very important to speak to all of these agents and start that relationship, get yourself on their mailing list, but also keep yourself in the loop of what deals are coming on and off their books, right? Everybody clear on that? Give me a yes, if that makes sense. Brilliant. Okay. You'll get a lot of good deals from agents if you get yourself through the doors. Okay, let me make sure I'm not missing any questions. Rod said, I've gone back one screen. Oh, you want me to go back? One sec, Rob. No problem. Was it this one, Rod? The co-sources one? Just let me know in the chat. Was it this one? Fred says so much more sense now. Brilliant. This is what these calls are all about, guys. Honestly, just want you to be clear on the process and have some actionable steps, you know. Brilliant. Okay, Rod, no worries. Let's keep going. So you found your agents now. So we've got relationships with agents. Okay, we've got deals coming in or leads coming in. So this is the thing as well, why I speak about starting with co-sources. When the co-sources send you something, it's going to be a deal. It's ready to go. It's done. It's packaged. When the agent sends you something, it's a lead, because that deal hasn't been agreed and packaged and ready to go yet, right? The landlord, if anything, all the agent has done is had the conversation with the landlord to see if they're even happy for a company to take the property on. And if they have, then it's back over to us to do the DD, make sure the numbers work, go back to the agent, put forward a proposal, get the deal wrapped up, etc., etc. So there's a process, is the point I'm trying to make, right? Whereas with the co-sources, that process is already done. The deal just needs to be sent out. Okay, brilliant. Okay, Simo said sent 57 messages but had no replies yet. Don't worry, mate. The responses will come. Don't worry too much about the responses. They will come. I promise you. It's late in the evening as well, so maybe people are sleeping. But keep firing them out, because there will be some people who are still awake that are ready to respond. They're still looking for deals. Something to keep in mind as well, guys, that I didn't touch on when I gave you the steps for finding the investors. Do not worry about how old or new the posts are. So you'll note how old or new the posts or the comments are, because you'll notice that some of these posts and comments are from years ago. And you might be looking at it and thinking, well, these are from years ago. Surely these people aren't still looking. Big mistake. Don't do that. Facebook is way too big for you to make that assumption. They could be in another group that you're not in yet, commenting literally right now saying, I need deals, right? But we're only seeing the post or comment from 3 years ago. Okay, so just shoot them the message. The worst they're going to say is no. All right, but good. By the way, Simo and Vin, very good start. If you're sending 57, 45 messages, that's a very good start. Okay, that's the type of numbers you need to be hitting on a daily basis. And look how quickly you guys have done it as well. All right. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so that's the agents. Final step is the landlords, motivated landlords and developers, same thing. Now this screenshot you can see here is of Gumtree. This is my favorite platform to use to secure deals. The guys agree, same thing. We've secured so many deals from Gumtree to sell. And the reason why it's my favorite is because of this. The option to call the landlord directly. I don't think there's another platform that has that option. You have to reach out to them in writing first and then arrange to get the number, which is fine. Some people will just give you their number, but in a lot of cases, you know, sometimes the messaging can maybe get misunderstood, right? You can almost scare some of these landlords away before you even get a chance to speak with them if you say the wrong thing in the message. So I'm a big fan of the phone. So yeah, we essentially use sites like Gumtree. We use Facebook Marketplace. We use any classified website, anywhere where a landlord can advertise their own property, basically. And what we're doing is we are going on the sites like Gumtree. We're looking for the properties for rent in our areas, right? So if you pick London, you're going to look in London for the rental properties. Do not change any of the filters. Something I don't do. Again, I'm trying to keep it as the search as broad as possible because the investors on your list are going to be looking in all different parts of London or whatever city you've chosen, and for all different types of deals. You know, small flats, big houses. So rather than trying to restrict or kind of refine the search, at first, when we're doing these outreaches to the landlord, we just look at all of the properties and we're trying to get as many leads as we can. Okay, so we're contacting all of those landlords, finding out whether or not they're open to a company renting the property. By the way, guys, we literally asked that question. So don't complicate it for them. Make it as easy for them to understand as possible. You got to remember, when a landlord puts their property on the market, usually they're just looking for a traditional tenant, right? They're not looking for a company to take it on. So you don't want to confuse them. You don't want to scare them off. So we try and present it in a way that's easy to digest, easy to understand, even if they don't fully understand. So if you was a landlord and I said to you, are you okay with a company renting the property? Even if you're not aware of rent to rent, corporate lets, you can kind of come to your own conclusion of what I'm speaking about, right? And what it actually normally does is it just creates curiosity. Oh, actually, how does that work, Gary? Oh, I've never thought of that before. Oh, I've never had a company rent a property before. What's the process? And before you know it, we're now having a conversation about how it works. We're explaining the benefits, i.e. guaranteed rent, no void periods, the maintenance being covered by our companies, no management fees, etc., etc. There's a ton of benefits from doing rent to rent or corporate lets as we present it to the landlord. Also, we need to go away and do our due diligence, as I mentioned earlier. So we go away, look at the comparable properties in the area, put our numbers together, make sure it adds up, make sure that it even makes sense to start presenting to a client. And if it does, then we give the proposal to the landlord. So essentially, if we're happy with what they're asking for in terms of the rent, we're just telling them that we can get them what they're asking for. But if we need to negotiate, we have that conversation with them. We secure the deal with a heads of terms agreement, which I explained to you guys earlier, is just the document that we use to basically outline how the deal is going to work, how long it's going to be, how much rent's going to be paid each month, the break clause, all the ins and outs of the deal essentially are put on that document, so it's clear what's going to be happening. But that is not the final document that gets signed, of course. Is everybody clear on that and how we find the landlords? Give me a yes if that makes sense. So we're going on the websites, we're finding the properties in our areas, we're contacting the landlords, we're having the conversation with them about whether or not a company can take the property on. If they're okay with that, we're explaining the benefits, we're trying to show them the value. If they're happy with that, we go away, we do our due diligence. So we need to get the full address. So if they say yes, they're open to what we're proposing, get the full address, get all the information, go away, do your due diligence, go back to them with a proposal. And by the way, this all happens really quickly. So if I'm speaking with a landlord this morning and she says yes, and I get the address, really by the evening, I should be able to go back to that landlord with a proposal, right? Really, really quick. And if they're happy with it, then we secure the deal with the heads of terms document, which means we now have the deal formally. If we've got clients that are interested and they're like, how do I know that the deal's actually secured? We actually have it in writing, right? Which makes a huge difference from a lot of sources who, like I said at the start of the call, are securing deals basically verbally, right? Which holds no weight. So very important to do that. Okay, so that's how we find the landlords, and then you've got the sales process. So once we've got a deal secured, ready to be sold, we're going to send them out to our investors. So this kind of goes back to the process that I walked you guys through. So you inform the investors via email, WhatsApp, or text, whichever you prefer. Most important part is going to be the follow-up calls for the ones that haven't responded. We usually do that within 24 to 48 hours. Quick call. We start booking in viewings for the investors that are interested as soon as possible. I like to get my investors through the doors within days or within hours if I can. You know, if they're free and there's access, we're getting them through as soon as possible. But usually it's within a few days. It's worth noting that we do not need to be present at these viewings. Right? Every single example that I showed you guys earlier on in the call of all those sales, they were done without any of those guys visiting those properties or meeting any of those people in real life. You do not need to physically be there, right? The landlord, agent, or co-sourcer will conduct the viewings on your behalf. Sometimes, actually, I mean, it's very rare that the places are tenanted, but if there is tenanted and maybe like the tenant's on their way out, we've had instances where the tenant will give the clients access. It just depends on the situation. But whatever happens, we do not physically need to be there. Everybody clear on that part of the process? Give me a yes, if that makes sense. Hugh, brilliant. Okay, amazing. Good. Okay, everyone seems to get it. Okay, so if an investor has gone through the doors, they viewed the property, and they want to proceed with the deal after the viewing, they need to sign the lease agreement. So that's the final agreement that actually completes the sale or completes the deal. As I mentioned earlier, we use e-signature platforms, so there's none of this meeting in person to sign or them, printing documents off, signing it and sending it back. It's 2025. We're using, these online platforms that make it nice and smooth and quick, and they pay the upfront costs, i.e., the landlord's deposit or first month's rent, if applicable. As I mentioned to you earlier, not every deal comes with those upfront costs, but most do. And your sourcing fee, so your £3,000 sourcing fee. So all of that is due the minute that contract is signed. Once that final agreement is signed by both parties, the money is due. So once both parties have signed the agreements and the funds have been paid by the investor, the landlord will release the keys. Again, we do not need to be present for the handover. Usually the guys do that on kind of like video calls. You might give them a video call and congratulate them, and they're in communication with them throughout the process on the phone anyway, so everybody's well aware of what's going on. The whole transaction takes place by leveraging our landlords, agents, and the internet, literally. Okay, this allows us to complete multiple deals within 1 month, and you only need to sell 4 deals per month to make £10,000 plus. You guys saw example after example after example of what my guys are doing. I don't think I showed you one example of someone who's just sold 1 deal. Everybody's selling deal after deal. Most of them are selling a deal per week, but at least 3 to 4, in a lot of cases, way more deals per month, and they're able to take home £10,000 plus. And again, this is without them investing their own money, without them visiting these properties themselves, without them having to take on any of the risk. It is essentially just being the middleman and being paid for that job. Does that make sense? Give me a yes if that makes sense, guys. Good. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant. Jenny said, do you usually arrange multiple viewings at the same time? Good question. So I never send them in at the exact same time, but we do. I love, this is from my estate agent days. I spent a few years working as an estate agent, so I picked up a lot of tips and tricks from there. And one of the things that we used to do as an agent is stagger the viewings. So if, let's say, the first person's coming to view at 1, the next investor will be there at like 10 past 1, quarter past 1. And then the next one will be 1:30, 20 past 1, whatever it is. So they're kind of like back to back. Reason being, it's good for them to see one coming in and one coming out. It just shows that there's interest in the deal. So after they viewed, if they're interested, they're going to move quickly because they know there was other people there. And if I drag my feet, I'll lose out on this sale. And the thing is, with rent to rent, the deal sells so quickly. You guys will see once you're in the business, you know, they can go like that very, very quickly because of how quickly they sell. That means that the investors, if they're aware of how quickly they sell, they'll move a little bit quicker. So it just makes it a lot easier for you. Yeah. Irene's got to go. No worries, Irene. Thank you so much for joining, and keep an eye out for the replay. Should be up tomorrow. Okay. Okay. So guys, do you think this is something that you can do with my help? Is there anybody on this call that feels like they could implement this strategy? It is very straightforward from what you know, as you guys can see. It's not rocket science. There's nothing too complicated. There's nothing too techie. You don't have to be, you know, an expert or have loads of experience or be in the business for many, many years. This is something that complete newbies are doing and making a significant income from, as you've seen. Okay, so Fred says yes. Yes, brilliant. Vin says yes. Simo says yes. Jenny says yes, 100%. Hugh says yes. Amazing. So there's a good few of you on here that can see yourself doing this. Juliet says yes. Amazing. Okay. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you guys through how I can help you. This is literally the exact same process that all of those guys that you've seen, and if you go and have a look at the rest of the results, that those guys have all gone through in order to get the results that they're generating now. They've all gone via my mentorship, and my program is called the 6-Figure Deal Sourcer Program. It's the #1 rent-to-rent deal sourcing community in the industry. We have easily the best results. We're basing that on transparency. So, you know, we put out the sales, the results that people are getting, how quickly they're getting them. And we're just not really seeing any other programs or courses generating that type of those types of results. So really, really powerful. I'm going to walk you through how it could help yourself if you're interested and if you're serious and ready to get started. So the actual program itself, what it comes with is step-by-step videos and written guides. Those include scripts, full breakdowns. It's going to help you build your 10K per month deal sourcing business within 90 days. So actually, you know, you guys have, I think near enough every example I showed you, those guys sold their first deals within 3 to 5 weeks, let's say, right? On this, I'm actually talking about you doing it within the first 3 months. So that's just us kind of being conservative, giving you a little bit more time to get to those results. But ideally, with the way that we work, which is day to day, 24/7, you should be getting that first sale within that first 4 weeks. Really, there's no reason why you shouldn't. So it's going to show you how to build a powerful list of investors that happily pay you the £3,000 sourcing fees per deal within days. It's going to show you how to build a network of co-sourcers and agents that generates a consistent flow of rent-to-rent deals that you can sell to your list for £3,000 each, as you've seen the guys doing. It's going to show you how to get the landlords to say yes to doing rent-to-rent deals consistently with ease. And it's also going to show you how to run this business 100% remotely. So this is without you ever having to conduct any viewings yourself or go and meet anyone. As I always say to people, if you would like to go and meet people and attend viewings, of course you can. It's not to say you can't. But this is based mainly on convenience, right? If let's say, for example, you're covering London and there's a deal 5 minutes away from your house, well then, yeah, I would say it's probably good for you to pop over and meet the people in person and actually be there. But a large majority of the deals you're going to be doing aren't going to be near where you live, right? So out of convenience, you need to be able to do this without being there. And this is exactly the way that we operate. Right? We don't attend any viewings, being completely honest. Is everybody clear on that, on the program part? Just give me a yes if that makes sense. Okay, so you're going to have the full guides. You're going to have full breakdowns on how to do every single part of this business. If you feel like what I've gone through with you on today's training was in depth, then yeah, the program covers everything, all the small nuances that I, can't really discuss on the training, on this training. You have everything there. So, okay, brilliant. Juliet says yes. Hugh says yes. Naomi, Natasha, brilliant. Okay, so that's the program. You also have the coaching. So it's 90 days of support via our private members only group. So it's 24/7 Q&A in real time. And we're probably one of the only programs that really offers 24/7 Q&A. Please feel free to reach out to the guys that are in the program. I'm sure they'll confirm for you. We're in the group at all hours, literally, at all hours, answering questions, dealing with any cases, any deals that are in the works. It's a very, very hands-on, intimate group. So we are really working with the guys around the clock, 24/7 deal analysis in real time. So if one of the guys have a deal that they need us to look into, we have a look at it straight away, pretty much. 24/7. You also have daily check-in calls, Monday to Friday. So every day throughout the week, we jump on a check-in call / accountability call / support call, you could call it, and we cover a whole lot within that time. And that's Monday to Friday. We also have live weekly workshops. So they're investor challenges, deal hunts, landlord calls, agent calls, where I do those calls with the guys live. And I think one of the most valuable parts of that is it helps people overcome that fear of getting on the phone, having the conversations, the fear of the rejection, which we kind of discussed earlier on in the training, right? And I think one or two of you even mentioned about the whole phone call issue. That's quite normal. And the reason that we've helped so many people overcome that is because we're not just giving you the info and saying, go out there and figure it out. We're literally jumping on the calls with you. You get to hear me do 5, 6, 7 calls before you even attempt it. And then you get to hear how I handle any objections, if there's any, how I tackle those calls just in real time, right? Which people find really, really valuable. And also same thing with the investors, closing deals over the phone, doing follow-up calls, turning investors that hadn't even seen the message with the deals in to interested investors that want to view, right? We do all of that every week live. That's the coaching part of the program. Is everyone clear on that? Give me a yes if you are. Hamza said, is it free? It's not free, Hamza. You've already had the free. This training that you're on right now is free. I'm talking to you about what I can help you with if we're going to be working together every single day, 24/7, to get you to selling a deal every week and banking 3K per week. So no, I can't offer that for free. It's a ton of value. So yeah, that's the coaching side of things. Simo says yes. Naomi says yes. Brilliant. Okay. The documents. A few of you asked about some of the documents earlier. So you also receive all of the documents that you need to take a deal from A to Z. So every single document that's necessary. So we're talking about your lease agreement to legally complete a deal with the investor and landlord. The NDAs, I think I mentioned to you, you've got 2 separate NDAs, one to protect yourself when working with the investors, another to protect yourself when working with the co-sourcers. Also, your heads of terms agreement. This is how you're going to secure the deals formally with landlords or agents, plus more. There's certain documents that you need for your compliance. There's certain documents that you need in terms of your terms and cons. We provide everything that you need. You're not going to have to leave this group to get anything else. Everything that you need is within. Give me a yes if that makes sense. Is that clear? Brilliant. Amazing. Okay. The community, which is obviously a huge, huge part of any program, to be honest with you. I think community plays a huge part in how quickly people generate the results. Sometimes if you've got a thriving community of people that are making money, selling deals, working together, I showed you guys numerous examples of the guys working together earlier. That's hugely valuable in itself. So you get 90 days of 24/7 access to our private community of active deal sources and our private deal sheet. So within our group, when there's a deal secured, we have a section where the deals are posted, uploaded. So if you're a newbie, for example, in the group, and this is how a lot of the guys in the group have sold their first couple of deals, you build your investor list, which I help you do. Me and the team help you do in real time. Once that list is built, usually you would have to switch your attention to finding your own deals, right? Speaking to landlords, agents, etc. Speaking to co-sourcers that are not within the program, within the community, right? With this, you're able to straight away start selling the deals that the guys within the program have already secured. So you're completely in safe hands. You already know how they've learned, the steps they're using to secure these deals, the documents, etc. So it's a brilliant little ecosystem which allows the guys to accelerate and get their first few deals sold before they've even started looking at deals themselves, right? So that's our private deal sheet. This allows you to sell ready-to-go exclusive deals from our network directly to your investor list almost immediately. And 150 plus mentees sold their first deals within weeks of joining this program, and this played a huge part. Is that clear? Just give me a yes if that makes sense in terms of the community. They say your network is your net worth, so this is really important. And I'm chucking in some bonuses for the people that are still on the live. We still have quite a few of you on. So I'm giving lifetime access to the private community and the deal sheet. Okay, that's 2,995 value. Remember, we're selling our deals for £3,000 each, guys. You've seen the type of money these guys are banking in short spaces of time, right? So you've got lifetime access to the private community, the deal sheet. You also have lifetime access to the 24/7 support. That includes the deal analysis, the Q&As. You have lifetime access to the live weekly workshops. You have lifetime access to the daily support calls. So Monday to Friday, you have a call to join every single day to help you with whatever you're stuck on in real time. Okay, as well as being able to speak to us directly within the private group as well at any time of the day. Everybody clear on the bonuses? Just give me a yes if you're clear on the bonuses. Brilliant. Okay. Price. Let's talk a little bit about price. So the six-figure deal sourcer program usually is priced at 5,995, so 6K essentially. And if we look at what the deals are being sold for, as you guys have seen, and you're probably already aware, they're being sold for £3,000. You know, on the odd occasion, we're selling them for a little bit more. You saw some examples of 3,500. And then you also saw a few examples of people selling them for a little bit cheaper, 2,500, where they're giving little discounts. But on average, near enough, every deal sells for £3,000, right? So I based the price of the program on being able to get the guys to sell 2 deals to be able to make their money back, and every deal they sell after that is profit, 100% profit, right? Currently, I'm giving a £3,500 discount on that price, so you can actually get into the program with lifetime access with the bonuses that I mentioned for 2,495. So actually less than the price of one deal. So you sell one deal and you've made your money back plus £500 profit as well. One sale, just one. Everything after that is 100% profit. Okay. Everybody clear on the price? So it was 5,995 and currently it is 2,495. Okay. £3,500 discount. So even if we just look at the examples of the guys, right? Just you saw near enough all of them had made at least 6 grand just from those screenshots I send you. They've made way more than that, but just from the screenshots, I think on most of them I showed you 2 screenshots each. Most of them was about £3,000 on each screenshot. Of course, we saw the ones that were selling way more, but let's just speak on the lower end. The 2 screenshots of the 2 sales where they've made 6 grand, right? All of those people who have come on a discounted price, so at the 2,495, have doubled their money almost, right? Anyone who came on the 5,995, out of those who have sold the 2 deals and continue to sell deals, again, they've made their money back, and God knows how much more profit since, right? So huge amount of value being given away. Everybody's clear on that. Simo says yes. Anybody got any questions at all about price? Hugh says yes. I can see a few of you are sending me DMs as well on school. That's fine. Send me a DM if you want to ask a question, not on the chat. That's fine, no problem. I'm throwing in another bonus. So, as well as the group program, which is what all of those guys have joined. I've chucked in something completely new. You're able to secure one-to-one VIP coaching calls as well if you join today, and that's on a lifetime access. So essentially, you have access to the daily group calls Monday to Friday, but you can also book in your own VIP one-to-one calls with me, by the way. So I'm not fobbing you off to my team. You book these calls in directly with me. That's only going to be for the people who join today. And essentially, you're getting that extra added value. I will be jumping on phone calls for you if necessary. We just had a lady called Gail, one of our newer mentees. She just sold her first deal. I posted it. Some of you guys may have seen it already. It was about 2 weeks ago now. She just sold her first deal. She just sold another one. But her first deal, she was having some issues. I want to say maybe some confidence issues with getting on the phone and speaking with the client about certain things. There was some little hold-ups, and literally we just happened to be on one of our support calls, and she was telling me about it, and I said, look, give me the number. I'm going to call them. Let's close this deal now. Literally. That's the type of mentor I am. Very proactive, you know. So we jumped on the call. I spoke with the investor. I closed the investor, and literally Gail was paid her £3,000 the following morning, about 7 a.m. So I spoke with them that evening, and by the morning she had been paid, right? Just off of that convo. The investor, there was a few things they were unsure about, and I gave them full reassurance, peace of mind. They left the call very happy, said I answered all of their questions, happy with Gail, and paid that £3,000 the next day. So that's the type of support that you need. It's not just giving you the information, sending you out there to figure it out. It's getting on the calls with you, making sure that you overcome any obstacles that come your way, right? Really, really important. So yeah, I've chucked in that extra bonus for the guys that joined today. Everybody clear on the bonus? Give me a yes if you're clear on the bonus. Frage says, how long is the deal on for? So this deal is on for just for tonight, currently, with the one-to-one support. So the people who are joining this evening, you secure the one-to-one VIP coaching calls, and that's lifetime access. So you can book in a one-to-one call whenever you want, and we'll go over whatever you need. If there's deals that need to be dealt with in real time there and then, we can jump on a call almost straight away. And again, you have access to everything else that you need to. In terms of the £3,500 discount offer, I will hold that till tomorrow. So that link will expire tomorrow, probably midnight. And yeah, so everyone's clear on the bonuses. Simo says, yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to give you guys a link to sign up if you want to grab the bonus, of course. Okay, I don't know why the link is taking so long, but I'm gonna give you a link. Well, actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give you guys a link to book a one-to-one call. I know there's people like Vin on the call who I think Vin, we maybe need to jump on a one-to-one call, go over so I can share my screen and just make sure that you're clear on everything. So anyone who's considering joining the program, but wants to have a one-to-one call with me first and go over a few more things in detail, I'm going to give you the link here. So just look inside the chat right now. You should see that, guys. Can everybody see that? Let me know if you can. If anyone can't see it and they're having any issues with it, just let me know. Simo, brilliant. Vin, can you see that link? Just let me know if you can see it. Is there anyone else that's struggling to see the link? Bibek, Vin, Hugh. Okay, brilliant. All right, perfect. So you can book a one-to-one call. I can see someone trying to book a call now. You can book a one-to-one call. We'll go over everything in more detail. If you've got questions that you didn't get a chance to answer on the call, again, that's another opportunity for you to ask those questions. But also, I can share my screen and kind of go through it with you in probably more detail, a little bit better. So if anyone wants to book that call in, that's great. Like I said, look, the offer in terms of price is only available till tomorrow. So if you want to, there's a few slots still available tomorrow to jump on a call with me. Book yourself in. Now, for the guys that are ready to sign up pretty much straight away, I'm going to post the link for the £3,500 discounted offer. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Okay, that link, something is going wrong with that link for some reason. What I'll do instead, for those of you who are interested, shoot me a DM on school, and I'm going to send you a special link with that discount code on it. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe it's expired, but I'll refresh it and I'll send it over you. I'll honor what I've offered on the call. And yeah, you'll have everything that you need there and then. If there's any other information that you need that you can't see, just shoot me a message. I'll send it all over to you. No problem. For those of you who are coming on board, I look forward to getting you started. You're going to absolutely crush it. It's early in the month as well, so we can actually get your first sale before the end of June. There's no reason why you can't. It's actually a very busy period right now. So I really look forward to working with those guys. Before I let you guys go, did anybody get involved in the competition and get any responses yet? Again, I know it's quite late at night. This is one of the later trainings, so you may not get any today, but I'm going to actually let this competition continue till tomorrow. So if anyone gets any responses tomorrow from those people that you messaged, Frage says none yet, Seymour, Vin yet. Frage, Seymour, and Vin, how many people did you message? Let me know. Let me know in the chat. If any of those people respond to you tomorrow saying yes, just screenshot it, send it over to me, and I will honor the competition. Whoever gets the most responses will book in a one-to-one call. Not a problem. Again, you have the option to book in a one-to-one call with me anyway, so we can kind of go over something similar on that call. So to make use of that link, the slots fill up quite quick usually. Other than that, is there any questions at all? Is there anything that anybody's unsure about that we've gone over tonight? I know I've overrun a little bit. Where are we? After 11. It's been a very long call, and I really appreciate you guys still being here. I hope that you've taken some value from it. In fact, let me know, guys, in the chat. Did you guys take value from this call? Did you learn a lot? Do you feel like you could actually get started on this, after this call, whether you work with me or not? Do you feel like you've taken enough away that you could actually start making moves with this? Brilliant. Hugh says, brilliant. Yes. See you, Simo, Frage, Bibek. Good. All right. Brilliant. Juliet, brilliant. Thank you. Amazing. Naomi, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Okay. Frage said I only got 20, but there was loads more. I had to stop, but we'll continue. Yeah, honestly, mate, there are thousands. Right? Remember, you probably only looked in one group at a couple of posts, but if you was to really scroll through that group, you'll see loads more, but also go into the other groups. Remember, I'm in 200 plus rent-to-rent groups, right? So even myself, I would find it difficult to find all of the investors because there's just so many groups and so many investors in general. So tons of opportunities out there, guys. You just need to understand how to navigate it all. And that's what I'm here to do. I can help you with all of that. If you need that assistance, that's how these guys have all got their results. I held their hands throughout the whole process, pretty much acted as though I was their business partner, but without taking any of the money that they made. So that option is there for you guys as well. I really, really appreciate your time. I can't see any more questions, so I'm going to assume everybody's happy and we've taken everything on board. I'm going to love you and leave you. Remember to send me that message on school if you want me to send you all of the freebies, right? Otherwise, I'm not going to remember everyone that was on the call. So just shoot me a DM and then I can send it all over to you. Other than that, keep an eye out for the replay, which I'm sure will probably be uploaded tomorrow at some point. And for those of you who are sending me DMs about the program, I really, really look forward to getting you started. You're going to absolutely crush it. And that's it. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, guys. Take care. Vin. Oh, you just caught me before I ended it. Vin said how to send DM. Are you on school, Vin? Are you on the school app? You must be. That's the only, everybody that's on the call has to be in the school group, because that's the only place that I actually posted the link. What's your name on school, Vin? And I'll shoot you a DM now. Is it Vincent? Vincent. Vin Patel. I can't see you in the group for some strange reason. Is that definitely the name that you've got it under in there? I'm just typing it in now. Let's see if I can find you. Oh, okay. There you are. I've got you. Don't worry. I'll shoot you a DM, Vin, and we'll go from there. Okay. Top man. Brilliant. Guys, thank you so much. Rod, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate your time. I know it was a long call, but I appreciate you waiting, staying to the end. Juliet, amazing. Thank you so much for joining. Guys, I will speak with you inside the group. Any questions, anything you didn't get a chance to ask whilst we were here, just shoot me a DM. Other than that, I look forward to working with you. Take care. Bye-bye.